They, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. Hope everyone had a great Christmas. It's Citrus Bowl week. Does anyone care? Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
Yeah, get it right.
Get it right. Texas fans, you've been spoiled last couple years, college football playoffs. I know the media sure was spoiled at those games. Zay knows those games have nice hospitality suites and all kinds of goodness going on. And the Cheez-It Bowl doesn't really, but it's all right. It's all good. They do have Cheez-Its in the hospitality room.
That's fire. I'll take that. That's fire.
But hey, it's not about the media. It's about the ball players. But Zay, how you doing, man? How was your Christmas?
Not too shabby, man. Enjoyed it. Family time, always beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Got to see my nieces and brother and sister. Parents were cool. In-laws, just the whole nine, man. Can't beat it.
Good.
Quite lovely. How about you?
A lot of love.
A lot of love, man. Yeah, we love here on Chip and Zay. So a lot of that during the holidays for me, which is very healthy for my mental state. You know what I'm saying? So I'm rejuvenated, got that extra boost of energy back to end the year, and TSU, Chip and Zay, 2026, on and popping, baby.
Let's go.
Now, what's this mean? Because I didn't know Jody Conrad had a gig. No disrespect, coach. I love you. One of my favorite coaches in Texas sports history. Like, sometimes I think she gets slept on, which, again, she had undefeated seasons, national championships. So this ain't no diss, but I just didn't know Coach Conrad had a gig to where
she has been a special advisor to athletic director Chris Del Conte since he took over. And so now she's going to be a volunteer and be around the program, but not as I think she was getting $75,000 a year.
Okay, coach.
So now that will go away, and she's done all right for herself. Jody's, she got that pension, she got all kinds of goodness.
Yeah, life's good.
She'll still have health insurance and all that good stuff. Yeah, Jody is iconic, unbelievable. First ever undefeated national champion in women's college basketball back in 1986. They had two teams. They were 10 deep, and their second team could beat every other team in the country. So that's how good they were. And Jody, her teams got up and down the floor. It is to take a moment to celebrate Jody, because she has more than 900 wins. Before I say something stupid.
Yeah, because she, obviously Gino's in a league of his own, but she's right up there with Pat Summitt, Kim Mulkey, Muffet.
Yeah, 900 on the nose.
Yeah.
900 and 307 was her record. Unbelievable. Yeah. That's rare air to have 900 wins. So, congrats to Jody Conrad, and it's always good to see her around. I'm so old, I covered her as a head coach. She went to the Final Four in 2003, same year as the men. It was an unbelievable story. It was sort of a comeback story for women's Texas basketball, because got tough there for a while. And Jody had that resurgence, went to the Final Four. And then, has been she's on the NCAA. She's on I think the infractions committee. Let me see here. She's got a 9-year tenure on the NCAA infractions committee that will be completed in August of 2026. So she's still doing stuff, Look at this. Naaman says, "Hey, Chip, hats off to you and Orange Blood's Anwar Richardson for always asking the good questions at the press conferences. But some guys need to find a new job ASAP." I don't know,
Whoa! Who's calling out?
I don't know. I like all the folks in the
we all could eat, baby.
Yeah,
man, I don't know who they don't say it either, Naaman. Please don't say it because I will have to delete it. We don't want to do that. That's not what we're about. I get it. There's a competitive nature in everybody, but also, come on now. We got respect for guys that have done it for a while and do a good job, even though they might not be a part of Hordes 24/7 or Texas sports.
Yeah, my God, this is one of the most competitive markets in all of college athletics. Yeah, you got Horns 24/7, inside Texas, Orange Bloods, on Texas football with Bobby Burt. Everyone does a good job. So we're all in this.
Everybody hustling, everybody grinding. We all know one another, all came across one another, but worked with one another. It's it's different. I think it's different and very unique than any other program that has media coverage.
Yeah. It is. There's programs that have one reporter covering them.
Yeah, and that's the grind. That's the grind right there. I respect it all, man. I respect it all. It's such a very unique business that we're in, and it's so much fun. And, folks on the outside world want us to be competitive. I see what I'll be saying, certain things that I've said before gets compared to others out there, oh, so-and-so one that said this, blah, blah, blah. They don't know what damn they ain't talking about. Cool. You know me. I always quote my homie, greatest bowler of all time, Pete Weber. Hate me or love me, you watched. I live on that, man. I live on that because that's the real, but it's fun. It's fun, and I definitely don't take it for granted being on this platform, Texas Sports Unfiltered, where we talk all things Texas and then some. And to have this as a gig, not too shabby. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah.
So,
hell yeah. Yesterday at the press conference, we had media day for the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. We got to talk to Arch Manning. We got to talk to Trevor Gooseby, Kyle Flood. And I asked Kyle Flood about the offensive line, what happened, what went wrong. And he basically...
he danced around your ass on that.
He danced like Muhammad Ali.
What up, Kyle? Don't fall into the trap, Kyle. Don't let Chip get you. No, dance around that thing. That's what you got to do, because how was that bullseye? How'd he miss? How'd he miss that bullet that hit Pete Kwiatkowski right between the eyes?
Right.
How'd he miss the bullet? You know what I'm saying? Pete Kwiatkowski, now the SC job coming up. Now people are linking Pete Kwiatkowski to the Southern Cal job, which that'll be a good fit for him. I take that. Yeah, I take that in a heartbeat, you dig? But yeah, Kyle, dance around now. I heard him answer that question. That was a great question you asked. You almost had him. I really thought you almost had him. but he danced around it like he had to. And
well, then people were mad at me because I didn't ask a follow-up question, and it was a Citrus Bowl press conference. You got one question, they took the mic and handed it to the next one.
Yeah, you got a reputation too. Don't get it twisted. I'm sure there's a scouting report on Chip Brown at Media Day to where you throw in that second question after the first one quick. It's elite reporting. It's elite. I give it to you. You've done it for years. You do a hell of a job for it. But yeah, they probably got you on the scouting report saying, hey, we got one question. Old Chip Brown here. He gonna try to sneak in too, snatch that mic away from him. So yeah, they gotta do you like that sometimes. I say it's a sign of respect, if you ask me. You know
well, I appreciate you, dog. Yeah. So, people are asking me who wants, how's Texas? What's their mindset? I don't know. Like, I don't know which team wants to be here more. You and I both know, Zay, that the team that wants to be at the bowl game the most usually wins. And I don't know. Texas is saying they want to win 10 games. They want to prove the College Football Playoff Committee messed up by not putting them in the field. Michigan is so sick of the Sharon Moore drama. They'd rather do anything else than talk about that. So I'm sure these players are like, let's give them something else to talk about. So this might end up being an interesting game. You got Bryce Underwood, the freshman quarterback, who throws to a freshman leading receiver in Andrew Marsh from Katy Taylor, which would seem to favor Texas's defense. Colin Simmons going after a freshman quarterback, but it is really about who wants it the most. The guys went to Universal, the theme park at Universal. They've had a little bit of fun in between these practices, which is different for them because when you go to the college football playoff, it's pretty much practice, media day, game. And so now they did some charity work with kids today. So, they've gotten to do some fun stuff. I'm sure I don't know what their bowl gift was. Usually there's a bowl gift for the players. So, yeah. But I don't know. Like, when you hear them say, we want to win 10 games, for the third straight year for the first time since 07, 08, and 09, does that resonate? Or is that what Sarkisian told them?
I mean, yeah, I guess you gotta play for something at the end of the day. And I like Colin Simmons saying, Trevor Gooseby, we want to prove to the College Football Playoff Committee that they made a big time mistake. And that's beating the hell out of Michigan. And Michigan has way more distractions than Texas does. Even though Texas,
Kyle Whittingham had a press conference here.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, which I think that's a good guy to get for the job. I've always liked Kyle Whittingham, and it's not a big time wow, but they need structure.
Yeah,
they just need structure and meat and potatoes. That's what they need right now. They don't need flaming y'all.
They don't need Lane Kiffin.
No, they don't need, hell no. Absolutely not. So
they need Kyle Whittingham.
Perfect get. But yeah, the distractions that Michigan has to deal with, because they're also dealing with opt-outs like Texas. I'm sure we're going to get to Contravian Wisner, a little later, but all the guys that are hitting the transfer portal and the guys that are available, those 65 players, which I don't even know if it's 65 anymore. I feel like Sark was saying that, thinking Contravian Wisner will be playing in this game. So that's 65. That might be 63 or something. But still, those guys that are there, they got something to prove. Like, you're still trying to put up good film. Like, to Anthony Smith, hey, you got a lot to prove. Ward Roberson, a lot to prove. Jonah Williams, like, Will Muschamp watching. So, yeah, all these guys, you got something to play for. And for Michigan, knowing that their coaching staff, the guys that are coaching in this game, maybe a couple will stick around because Kyle Whittingham might have a need for them. But Biff and the rest of the crew, they should be packing already. So that right there with just the players playing that game, knowing, okay, this is the last time we're playing for these guys, that could be difficult, but who knows? They might rally because of it.
Yeah.
So I think Texas still has the advantage mentally, being mentally prepared to play in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, but Michigan still has dogs over there, and they still recruited well because it is Michigan. So Texas, they better bring their A game no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah. Naaman says, how about University of Houston beating LSU? That's what I mean.
Yeah.
You know, that was in the Texas Bowl, which is in Houston. And Houston showed up, showed out, won them a little shootout with LSU. And, you know, it's interesting because you look at it's not just opt-outs, it's who's opting out. And now we can kind of segue, and we'll talk to Lance Taylor coming up here in about 12 minutes. But, you know, we've talked about it. Quintravian Wisner, DeAndre Moore, Michael Taff. These guys are some of your culture guys. These are guys who were going to defend the culture no matter what. And they're not, you know, Anthony Hill, Leonga Lafau, Ethan Burke. These are guys who were going to keep other guys in line. And so this is where Trevor Gooseby and Colin Simmons need to step up. Ty Anthony Smith, as you said. These are the guys now who are going to have to carry it out, because you look, you know, the transfer portal opens on January 2nd. Cam Coleman of Auburn is going into the portal. He's going to be a hot name, just like Nick Marsh, the wide receiver out of Michigan State. And those transfer portal guys are getting all kinds of attention and money. How are they going to be when they get to their new program? Are they going to be like all about the grind? Or are they going to be like, hey, dog, I'm making way more than you, so I'll do it my way? And that's on the coach. That's on Steve Sarkisian. He's got to make sure that he's evaluating the person in a speed dating fashion, because it's not like you get a lot of time. As we know, this is bing, bang, boom. How we doing? You're good? What's important to you? How much do you care about football? How much do you care about being a good teammate? Oh, a lot. Okay, you're in. But who knows? All it takes is one bad batch of transfers, and that culture can get watered down in a hurry. So this is a huge offseason, huge, because Texas, as I've said, I've been hearing from sources, Texas is going all in to make the most of what's probably the last year with Arch Manning and Colin Simmons. So that means making big money moves, power moves, trying to add difference makers at the positions that you got to have those guys. And there are other programs out there trying to do the exact same thing. So this is going to be a real interesting challenge, because Sarkisian has said we're not going to overpay. We have this position, we have this much money, and this is how we're going to do it. And look, Emmett Mosley V was not a, highly sought after guy And that was a really good pickup for Texas. So let's see if they can find those guys this time around.
Yeah,
one blockbuster.
Yeah, Trinidad Chambliss wasn't a sought
Right.
after guy for Lane Kiffin. You find those dudes. Like, you got to trust your evaluation and scouting. Like, that's why you get paid. What, you get the bonus this year? What, Sark? 13 mil? 12 mil around there? Something like that. This is why you get paid the big bucks, to make these big buck decisions. As far as Contravian Wisner goes, man, that's very disappointing. It is very disappointing that someone who's basically won you rival games in back-to-back years, he just let him go. And I get going all in, but damn, man, you can't convince a guy to stay that's been a kind of a backbone guy, a big-time leader in that locker room. Like, you don't think he deserves? The offensive line sucked. It sucked. It was not good. None of that should be on Contravian Wisner. If he's just straight up looking at someone like Jaden Ball, who they're trying to bring in, Jabbar Jaluk, we get the connection, and then Contravian Wisner's like, I want to be the main guy. Okay. But also, I just saw last year Quinshon Judkins and Travion Henderson, who had really good NFL rookie seasons, by the way, make it work onto an Ohio State national championship. You got to do it by committee. You're going to a 9-game conference schedule, plus you play Ohio State again. Nobody's got that. 8 straight games. 8 straight games. No bye in between. 8 straight SEC games. It's nuts. I don't even understand it. Like, we're just acting like it's normal shit around here. Ain't nothing normal about that. So, yeah, if Contravian Wisner is rationally thinking about those things, okay. But, man, I'd really try hard to convince him that, hey, dude, we're going to get a big-time guy. But you're a big-time guy, too. I'm going to reassure him, you're a big-time guy, too. I get Contravian Wisner ain't Barry Sanders. But, man, if you have the right offensive line, arching another year, somebody that's not C.J. Baxter behind him, who's limping on the field all the time, love you, C.J. Baxter, but this year you couldn't help the team with where you were at and how bad the offensive line was. The other guys were too young. He needs help. He got a lot of carries this year. He started off the season hurt. Like, they got to add depth in that room. Derek Cooper's coming in. He's bringing in some dough. He's getting paid for sure. Now, talking about maybe they have similar contract situations, which if I'm Contravian Wisner, that could be a gut punch. Shout out to Scruggs, Horn 24/7. Great article. Go check that out. He talks about that. But, yeah, man, convince this guy.
Some people, it's about timing. And Contravian Wisner came in as a 3-star recruit. He was not a big NIL guy. And he this year wanted to get paid for services rendered, that's not how it works. You'd love it. Sometimes Jerry Jones paid guys for what they'd already done. And if Contravian Wisner wanted $1 million, that's not going to fit the budget.
Dang, $1 million? That ain't the rumor, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Damn, we want everybody to stop working. Uncle Ray, Aunt Stacy, $1 million. Yeah, Q Wisner, I love you, dog. If you were asking for that, homie, whoa, come on, man. 600,000's cool. I can throw Q Wisner 600,000. I think for A&M, OU, he worth that. Anything higher,
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. And And Texas has got to be really smart about how it's going to spend this money, because in rev share, if you're going to exceed the cap, it has to come from legit third-party deals. So if anyone has a way of making third-party deals look legit, it's Texas, because they got, I mean, a lot of other schools do too, but Texas has big, high-profile corporate partners who can, hey, yeah, we'll sign this guy on to do some work for us. This is a big year. This is a big year because they're going to do an audit of NIL Go, and I'm sure all the schools are going to hear back from their commissioners about how it's going, who's got the most deals that have been flagged, all that stuff. So it's big business now.
Man, that's mad greedy, man. The mill's crazy. I love Contrarian Wisner. And again, if you feel like you're worth that, who am I to say don't bet on yourself? But also to what you said, Chip, Texas has to look out for them. And I am sorry, he is not $1 million player. He's a top dollar player. He's a six-figure player. You know what I'm saying? You could have found him a Nuggets deal for McDonald's. We know he likes the Nuggets and the McDouble, like a Contrarian Wisner deal. You know what I'm saying? Where
Right.
it's the meal that he gets, they promote it. Let's throw him in commercials. Obviously, it's locally. You know, I know somebody got a McDonald's connect. I know somebody could dial up Ronald on ASAP at the University of Texas and say, hey, we got an issue. Can you help us out a little bit? But I hate to see.
Right, because you need a 1A and a 1B at running back. And let's say, you get Jaden Baugh, okay? Jaden Baugh, 231-pound, durable, and then you get Contrarian Wisner, and I don't even care, but Wisner, he's selfless. Now, I don't know what his agent's deal is. And look, you want to get what you're worth. And you don't get what you deserve. You get what you demand. Now, if the demand's not being met, well, then you're not going to get what you demand. This is the Nico Iamaleava situation. He wanted Tennessee to up the ante. They said no. He ended up taking less to go to UCLA. Hopefully he's good. And, there's a lot of that going on right now.
Yeah.
DeAndre Moore Jr. So, you want the best for these guys, and you want them to go where they're valued, as highly valued as they can be. Yeah. And, Contrarian Wisner is a dude, man. He is a dog. He played hurt. He played his ass off.
Yeah.
And it mattered to him. And that's what you want. You want guys who it matters to them. And, I wrote the story about how, his mom, she's walking out of Kyle Field. She can't get a signal on her phone. She's trying to call Trey because, he ran for 186 yards and was a huge part of that win over Texas A&M in Kyle Field 2 years ago. All right, let's bring in Lance Taylor. He is on the move. LT, how are you doing?
Hey, fellas. How are y'all?
Hey, so you broke up a little bit there. Hello? Are you you're headed to Atlanta to get to the Rose Bowl?
No.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm heading to Atlanta to the Rose Bowl tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, I wish it was under different circumstances. I wish San Fran had lost last night or Seattle had lost yesterday to Carolina, and we were still playing for the 1 seed, but that is not the case, but still going over to support.
Right. Rams, Falcons. How you feeling about this? Uh-oh. Maybe he's in that.
Because I think the Rams would have come out with a little more to play for. Can you guys hear me okay?
You're cutting in and out, but
hello.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us? You hear us now?
Rob, we've had some bad luck lately. It's not always like this, though.
It's not always like this.
I'll say we 90% of the time is cool.
All right, let's see here. LT.
Yep.
Okay, now we can hear you loud and clear.
Yes. So, I was saying that I would feel a lot better about the Rams tonight. I mean, obviously they play their A game, they win the game by 21, but the motivation's probably not as much as it would have been if Chicago could have gotten in on that 1st and goal to end the game last night, because the Rams at that point would only need San Fran to beat Seattle and they still could get the number 1 seed and home field throughout. And now it looks like they are playing for the 5 seed, which is better than the 6 seed, in my opinion. The 5 seed should send them to either Charlotte or Tampa. And if they are the 6 seed, they got to go to Philly for the wild card round. So I would rather go to Charlotte or Tampa than Philly. So I think there is, outside of Stafford playing, for his first ever MVP, I still think there's something to play for.
Yeah. Yeah. That game last night, the 49ers and the Bears, was insane. Were you throwing things at the TV? What was going on in the LT household?
No, look, the Rams, there's a good chance they're going to be, 13-4 at the end of the year, and they're going to have the 5 or 6 seed. But the Rams did it to themselves. I mean, their 4 losses are so fluky this year. The last one was obviously Seattle on the road up 16 with 8 minutes to go. I mean, games you just don't lose. And so it's on the Rams, unfortunately. And, I think, and again, I don't think this is like, and I mentioned this today on the show, I don't think this is hyperbolic, but I think this might be the best wild card team of all time. I know that sounds crazy, and for a lot of people that haven't watched them, but if they're sitting there at 13-4, and when you look back at their 4 losses, how they lost those games, my gosh. And by the way, I mean, the best they can do now is a 5 seed, and Vegas still has them with the shortest odds to win the Super Bowl 60. So Las Vegas still thinks they're the best team that's going to have to go on the road and win meaningful games in January. But I don't love this situation, but they're going to have to earn it.
Yeah, Lance, watching last night's game, the 49ers are definitely hitting a stride, even though they gave up 38 points to Chicago. I know people early in the season were thinking that Mac Jones should be started over Brock Purdy. He's ended those conversations, especially as of late. How dangerous are the Niners, even though I'm sure it's very difficult for you to probably admit that they're dangerous?
No. Oh, shit, they're really dangerous. I think you could make an argument the 3 best teams in the NFL right now are in the West, with the Rams, the Seahawks, and the 49ers. I mean, Kyle Shanahan, along with Sean McVay, they're the best play callers in all of football. And what Shanahan is dialing up right now, up until the 2nd or 3rd drive last night in that game, San Fran hadn't punted in the month of December. It's just crazy what that offense has been doing. And it's not even whole. Kittle didn't play last night. And, on the other side for Robert Saleh, that defense, they're not going to be whole. I mean, missing Fred Warner, that is a huge chunk out of there. And, this offense is played without, their best tackling Trent Williams a lot. And it's just a testament to how good that organization is. So, yeah, they scare me to death. I will tell you, though, I would rather go to Santa Clara and play them in the NFC Championship game than go to Lumen and play Seattle. So I will be a San Fran fan this weekend, because I would rather them get home field than it go through Seattle. I just think Seattle's just a different world to play in, and especially when you start to mix in conditions that could be up there. So I will be pulling for San Fran, but I agree with you, Zay. I think that team is scary, good, and Brock Purdy's playing at another level right now.
Well, and everyone everyone has flaws, and everyone looks at Seattle and says, Sam Darnold, he's been good in the regular season, but he has not been good in the postseason. And I'm not saying he can't, but he hasn't. I mean, you've seen them up close. What's your take on Sam Darnold and being able to lead the Seahawks?
Yeah, I think that's a fair take. I mean, if there is one Achilles heel possibly for that team, it's Sam Darnold. Now, he can be really good at times, but, just take the Rams, for example, the 2 games against the Rams. And look, they were 1-1, and the Rams only outscored them by a point in 2 meetings, but he threw 7 picks. And, I guess you could look at that as good for Seattle. Like, we turned it over 7 times to Sam Darnold, and we split with them. But there's something about him. I think it can get in his head, and, as good as they are, man, to see him, be able to play at that level against, at that point, 2 really, really good teams, it would scare me if I'm a Seattle fan. I mean, definitely an upgrade from Geno Smith from last year, but, they've got everything right now except an elite quarterback. And again, at times, Darnold can play at a high level, but if they do lose, if they don't make a run to Santa Clara in Super Bowl 60, I think it will be because Sam Darnold makes multiple mistakes.
Yeah, because they're pretty healthy, right?
Yeah, well, Charles Cross, left tackle's been out. They expect him back, but outside of that, yeah, relatively healthy.
Hey, Lance, if the Rams get a 5 seed, who would you rather play of the South winner, Carolina or Tampa Bay?
Well, it's a good question, Zay. And, most people would be like, it's got to be Tampa. Like, the Rams destroyed Tampa earlier this year. They've lost 7 of 8. The Rams lost earlier this year to Carolina, but I would rather play Carolina. In a 1-game situation, Baker Mayfield can have this kind of magic. And Mike Evans is one of those receivers, although he's probably not even their top target right now with Godwin coming back and Ibuka the way he's playing. There's just something about Tampa, as bad as they are right now, that scares me more than, I'd love to have that rematch with Carolina. Like, if Carolina were to beat this Rams team twice in a year with what is not a good offense, it would absolutely shock me. So, I'll be nervous, that first round game if it is in Charlotte, but I would rather it be in Charlotte than Tampa.
Yeah. What do you make of the Bears? I mean,
I can't believe it. I mean, look, you being a Lions fan, know how good Ben Johnson obviously is. I mean, you guys are going to be sitting home for the playoffs. And I thought Chicago would be improved. And obviously not only the addition of Ben Johnson coming in, but Caleb Williams in year 2. But I had no idea they were going to be this good. And really, 3 weeks ago, I was like, man, they're overrated. That's a team you want to see in the playoffs. And then what they were able to do, and I was on the wrong side of both these games. I had Green Bay plus 3.5. They lose that game, or plus 1.5, whatever it was, 2 weeks ago, where they were down 10. Chicago was, and they come back and win that game at home. That was crazy. And then last night, for them just to go toe-to-toe with San Francisco on the road, they're really, really good. And I didn't think I would be saying that about this Bears team, but I think that's more of a testament to how good of a coach Ben Johnson is.
Yeah, because you look at their rookies, Luther Burden, 8 catches, 138 yards, and a touchdown. Colston Loveland, the tight end from Michigan, 6 catches, 94 yards, and a touchdown. And this Kyle Monangai.
Yeah, Rutgers.
Holy, like, boondoggle.
Yeah, I would still rather play in Soldier than have to go to Philadelphia. I think Chicago, and they showed it just a few weeks ago, they're a better team right now than Philadelphia. But there's just something about Philadelphia, the defending Super Bowl champs, that defense, that they still scare me a little bit more. But the teams that, I will be absolutely shocked if one of the teams from the West doesn't win the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about in the AFC, Lance? I mean, in the year that Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes will be sitting at home, Lamar Jackson doesn't look like himself. I saw Josh Allen limp off the field yesterday. He's throwing his helmet in the loss. And we have New England, year 1, Mike Vrabel. We got Sean Payton with Denver back in the thing. And the Jags look like something. Then Chip's Texans, they look good too. What do you think of the AFC right now?
I have said it for weeks. I think the Texans are the best team in the AFC. I think the defense is that dominant. I go back week 1 where they had ball in hand and Nate Landman got a punch out at the end of the game in SoFi. or the Texans would have beaten the Rams, I believe. Their offense at times has not been good, but it's getting better. And with that defense, D'Amico Ryan's hell of a coach. I really believe there's a handful of teams that could win the AFC this year, but I would bet the Texans, and I think they're going to be in the same spot as the Rams. I think they're going to be the 5 seed. Fortunately for them, they are going to go to Pittsburgh or Baltimore in that first round, kind of like going to, the winner of the NFC South. So they're probably going to be a slight favorite in that game, as the Rams will be on the road. And I don't know, man. I'm pulling for 2 5 seeds to make the run to the Super Bowl, but I think the Texans are good enough to do it this year.
Wild. It's wild. Yeah, I mean, the Texans, it looks like they're figuring it out a little bit. CJ Stroud, Nico Collins, the running game is, Woody Marks. I mean, they're kind of cobbling it together on offense, but man, that defense is ridiculous.
Oh, I lost you there, Chip.
Okay, well, let's get to
I'm blown away. I'm literally 5 minutes away from downtown Atlanta, and I don't understand how I can't have a decent signal. It makes no sense.
Well, let's get to your after the Rams Falcons game. You're headed out to Pasadena for Indiana, Alabama, and I think I saw a quote from you today saying that Alabama's path to victory is Ty Simpson.
I think it is, because Indiana is so much more complete, and talked about this a lot today on the show, that it's just crazy. Like, all of the Alabama fans that I have crossed up over the last 7 to 10 days at Christmas parties and sports bars, they all think the same thing. They all think Alabama's going to win this game, and it's a brand thing. They're like, man, Indiana just isn't that good. Their athletes can't keep up with ours. And I'm like, have you watched Indiana? Like, last year, if you wanted to call what Cignetti did in one of the greatest turnarounds in college football history, going from 3-9, a team that he took over, to 11-1 and going to a college football playoff, they weren't tested last year. And when they were, the stage was too big. They went early to Altstadt and physically dominated Oregon. They go to Kinnick. They win that game against a really good Iowa team, a physical Iowa team. And then they out-physicaled Ohio State and held that offense in check. Like, they've got players at every level that will get drafted. And you've got a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. You've got 2 running backs, 800-plus yards. You've got 2 double-digit touchdown wide receivers in Surratt and Cooper. Like, they've got so much balance. They can run it and beat you. They can throw it and beat you. They can beat you with defense. And Alabama has got 2 things that are good right now, and it's Ty Simpson and it's their defense, and that's it. And so I think he's going to have to play a flawless game, and Alabama's going to have to somehow win the turnover battle. I don't know if this is good or bad for Alabama. This game, by the way, should be in Bloomington, but it will be played in the Rose Bowl. And I know when I checked in with you guys 6 weeks ago when I was in LA for Iowa and USC and the Seahawks and the Rams, it was low 60s, high 50s, and raining the whole time. I lived out there for 8 months. It rained one day in the 8 months. It starts raining tomorrow. It is a 100% chance of rain, and 58 is the high for the Rose Bowl. Now, you guys, as sports fans in this industry, can you ever recall a Rose Bowl sitting on your couch watching where it wasn't beautiful? Like, I really, and I'm not saying this just to say it, like, I don't ever remember there being a rainy Rose Bowl.
Yeah. I don't know why, but maybe I'm on that brand train too, Lance, but for some reason that plays in y'all's favor. I don't know why. That and I shouldn't think like that at all for everything that you just said. But man, there's just some teams that might start off slow because they've been just waiting around. They ate good on Christmas. It was very merry, and maybe that game from Alabama and Norman got some serious momentum to where they feel like they can shock the world.
Well, look, you go back last year, the number 1 overall seed that had yet to lose a game was Oregon, and Ohio State didn't close the season well against Michigan. They had, I think, 224 total yards in that loss. They were talk that Ryan Day was going to get fired if they got ousted early in the playoffs. And they went and they completely popped Oregon. And I think a lot of it was kind of the layoff. So, look, you can have a layoff situation. Chip, you're old enough like me to know that there is something with a Heisman jinx here and there. Mendoza could go out and throw a couple of picks. And, if Alabama's as aggressive defensively, and I think Kane Womack will be aggressive, as they were against Oklahoma with the 5 sacks, if they can get to Fernando Mendoza and they can somehow slow down him being in black in that backfield, they definitely, they've got the talent to do it. We saw the run they went on back in September and October where they beat 4 consecutive ranked opponents. They're 4-1 in one possession games. So, the moment's not going to be too big for Alabama. Special teams scare me to death. The offensive line scares me. The inability to run, that's just not going to miraculously turn around. Again, I just think Indiana is way too complete.
You think Indiana covers?
I do. I think Indiana will end up, I could see back and forth, but I think Indiana wins by 10 to 14 points.
All right.
I really do.
Miami plus 9.5 versus Ohio State. What do you think?
Yeah, again, this could be Ohio State out of rhythm. The last time we saw him out, Julian Sayin probably had his worst game against that Indiana defense. I'm not buying Miami at all. What Mark Fletcher was able to do against A&M was great, but this is next level. Now, when you're going against Ohio State, I also think Ohio State coming off that loss, I think it's kind of a hornet nest situation. I think Ohio State wins this game going away, 21, 28 points.
Yeah, I agree.
How about Ole Miss at Georgia? Well, I was just at Georgia, but playing Georgia.
Zay, I think Georgia, I think I probably would go back on my pick for them to win it all just because I think too many people have got Georgia winning it all. But Georgia's defense is playing, at a high level right now. Gunnar Stockton is a gamer. This is the Georgia team I thought we would see early this year. They really started to peak recently. And now you've got Kirby Smart against Pete Golding. It was one thing for Pete Golding, and I give him credit with all the distractions. They were able to handle their business against Tulane, but this is going to be next level. And I think Georgia's way too much. And I hate to say it again, I think Georgia wins this game by double digits.
Yeah, I saw Josh Pate talking about Trinidad Chambliss being the most dangerous quarterback left in the tournament. No one ever talks about Gunnar Stockton and the fact the guy is completing 80% of his passes in the fourth quarter. What do you think of Trinidad Chambliss?
I think Chambliss is really good. I go back, I had Georgia in that first meeting against Ole Miss, and they ultimately covered, but they were trailing to start the fourth quarter. And, 5 of their first 6 possessions in Athens, he took them down for touchdowns. So, there's a reason he was 8th in Heisman voting. I think he's a tremendous player. He's obviously a guy that's won a championship at Ferris State. So I think he is going to be a difficult out. But again, man, this is another level. Georgia's seen him already once around, and, Pete Golding and how involved is Charlie Weiss. I think he's involved, but he's also involved in what's going on right now in Baton Rouge. So I think there's too many exterior factors that are going to affect Ole Miss, but I do like Chambliss a lot.
Texas Tech and Oregon.
Yeah, I think Oregon here, as bad as they looked in that second half defensively, especially in the fourth quarter against James Madison, I think they kind of mailed it in at that point, and I think they're hearing the talk, and this is probably a good teaching moment for Dan Lanning. Everybody says you guys suck, and you're not going to be able to stop Texas Tech. I think Texas Tech's defense is legitimate. It's probably one of the 3 best defenses left in this college football playoff, but Baron Morton, I don't trust him against Oregon's defense, and I've had people tell me, man, Oregon's defense is garbage. I said all season, the reason Oregon is in this, it's kind of like Alabama, a little bit different, like defense and quarterback. And I think that's what you get with Dante Moore. Now, obviously, they can run the football a lot more effectively than Alabama. But, for Oregon to make a run, Dante Moore is going to have to play at an elite level. But I think their defense is going to be back on track. And I think Texas Tech is going to have a hard time moving the football. So I like Oregon in that one.
Yeah. I know you're probably not locked in on this game, but Texas does play Michigan on Wednesday in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, and Michigan just hired Kyle Whittingham. What do you think of that hire?
I like the hire. I'm surprised. I really thought Whittingham at 66 was probably done. But with all that said, there are reports that, Morgan Scally, there was potential that he was going to leave and got sick of being the coach in waiting. But I think if you put 32 years in with Utah and what Kyle Whittingham has done for that university, I think he should be able to go out when he wants to go out. But, hey, good for him. If he still wants to coach at 66, we had Joel Klatt on the show today, and, he made reference to Nick Saban winning an SEC championship and going to a college football playoff in his 70s. So, nothing is forever in college football. So if you can get a 5 to 8 year run out of him, why not? But I do think Whittingham is probably what they need at this particular time. A lot of people thought it was going to be Kenny Dillingham. And to me, Whittingham is such a better coach. Maybe Dillingham ultimately, becomes the next great coach. But if I'm a Michigan fan, I'm excited because I think you can make an argument Kyle Whittingham is the best active coach that is yet to go to a college football playoff.
Yeah. What do you think of Michigan and Texas? I mean, do you have a feel for this?
Yeah, I mean, if Texas wants to win the game, they're going to win the game. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's kind of like, I believe Notre Dame will come out motivated. We saw Georgia a couple of years ago when they got left out in 2023. That was a really good Georgia team. And then what do? They go out and completely shellac Florida State. So I think it's going to be one of those situations. Like if I'm Sark, like we were a 9-3 team that deserved to be in a college football playoff. If we were taking the 12 best teams, we deserve to be there. And if those guys want to go out and prove a point, I think they.
Yeah.
The future, but this Michigan team here and now, I just don't think is very good. I'm just saying if both go out and play their A game, I think Texas wins this game by double digits.
I know you're heading into Atlanta. Tell everybody what's going on at Lance's Lock.
Yeah, jump on board. We had a potential for an incredible weekend, but we got shafted yesterday. We had the Colts and Phillip Rivers plus 5.5, and they covered the entire game until Cam Little. They kick a field goal there with 18 seconds left to beat us by a half point. And then last night we had the Bears plus 3.5. They lose by 4, first and goal there to end the game. But, no big deal. We've got multiple plays up and available today. We continue to win for you. It's been our best football season of the year. Free play up and available every single day. And you can buy daily packages, weekly, monthly, whatever you want to do. You can monitor us. But it's all available right there at lanceslock.com.
I love it. Zay, you got one more?
Yeah, Lance, you watch any basketball Christmas Day? Oh,
LT, you there?
All
right.
Got me? Hello?
Hey.
Hello?
Yeah, Zay asked if you watch any basketball on Christmas Day.
No, what I was saying, for the first time ever, I had a situation pop up Christmas morning. So it kind of threw me off. And then when I was around the TV, it was football. So for the first time, I did not watch any NBA, which is crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Well,
we did go 1-1 in NBA on Christmas. Not a great day, but NBA, man, it's gotten tough. Really tough to handicap.
Yeah.
LT, you're the best, man. Enjoy Atlanta, go Rams, and safe travels to Pasadena.
Yeah, anything you guys need from out there, let me know, okay?
Okay, we'll do it.
Lance, Happy New Year,
boys. There he is,
Happy
Lance
New Year.
Taylor. Yeah, same to you. Head over to lanceslock.com for the picks so that, you get what you want. If you're, inclined to put a couple bucks on a game, Lance is having a good year. So lanceslock.com for the picks. All right, let's get a couple mentions here so we don't pile them all up at the end. Like audiovisual consultations. Listen, it's almost the new year. Maybe it is time for you to get the big screen of your dreams. Surround sound, electronic shades, surveillance, new lighting. Tom can do it all for you. AV Consultations makes it so simple. First of all, he's going to bring you the best price on big screens, and then he's going to hang it like a masterpiece in a museum for you. You don't need to be lugging, 80-inch screens around town, punching holes in your drywall. Just let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. Just call 255-8678. That's 255-8678, area code 512, of course. Or go to avconsultations.com. And hey, for my guys who are snoring, take advantage of this incredible partnership that we have with the Sleep Cycle Center of Austin. We love working with Dr. Chad Denman because he's dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea, which is a lack of oxygen while you're sleeping. So if you snore, it is more than just, annoying to the person sleeping next to you. It could be the sign of a serious health issue. If you go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, they're going to take $100 off your sleep study. That sleep study going to tell you what you need to know. If you have sleep apnea, what level of sleep apnea you have. Look, this is serious. Sleep apnea can kill you. It killed Dr. Chad's dad. That's why he dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea, so it doesn't happen to you or anyone you know. So just go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you and get the information that you need. Take care of yourself as we head into 2026. And of course, Cover 3. Cover 3, it's Monday, which means all night happy hour at Cover 3. What a great place to spend your holidays, especially with all these games going. The Texas game, if you need a place to hang out, right there. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, high-end food without the high-end prices, and you get to watch your favorite team. Make your plans now. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. Make sure you get the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, the Chop House burger, the brick chicken and mac and cheese. Someone said in the comments is fire. It is fire. I love the brick chicken and mac and cheese. Plus, it's so good. You're probably going to have, maybe some leftovers, and it's always good for a little snack the next day. You know what I'm saying? Zay, what's top of mind for you in this Texas-Michigan game? And, what do you think something that is going to be
probably Jabbar Jaluk's early influence on the backs that are available, and that's Christian Clark and James Simon. I know they got Ryan Niblett in there. I know they got Michael Terry up in there, which I've been saying throw Ryan Niblett back there. I'm not saying, you give him the ball like he's Earl Campbell, but he should have been a threat this season more than just on special teams. That should have given you confidence to put the ball in his hands more, because he's dynamic with the ball in his hands. Like, he's not going to break off an explosive play every time, but with how much of a struggle running the ball was and moving the ball at times were this year, the fact that they didn't add Ryan Niblett or try to get him involved, because I felt like there were desperate times where that's not a stretch to do. So maybe Jabbar Jaluk could come in and say, man, this 21, we got something here. I could work with this, especially with the limited time and the lack of bodies that I have. And who knows what kind of momentum that carries on to 2026. So I want to see what that running back room is like, because, again, the offensive line, they all right. Like, shout out to DJ Campbell for playing in this game. He didn't have to do that. He could have said, let's get ready for the draft. But, hey, he's staying in and playing his last game as the Texas Longhorns and the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. I salute him for doing that. But this offensive line is still this offensive line. Hopefully, all the practices they've had since the A&M game, which they were good. Contrarian Wiseman was good. So that was their best showing all year long. So hopefully they can bring that momentum in for these young backs like Simon and Clark, and Jabbar Jaluk could have his early influence on this game a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know Texas needs to win the game. But there are some interesting guys who are right beneath the surface. And, one of the guys I talked about was Josiah Sharma. This guy is only 17 years old. He won't turn 18 until January 29th. He's 6'5", 356. Like, he's already Tavondre Sweat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's the nose tackle heir apparent with Cole Brevard and Travis Shaw out of eligibility after the Cheez-It Bowl. So, I want to get a glimpse of Josiah Sharma. Obviously, Jonah Williams, super intriguing guy. He made a play in practice that we were able to see. They were doing red zone work, and it was 3rd and 1 at the 8. And they run a quick out to Jordan Washington, and Jonah Williams closes and breaks it up. It looked like Washington was about to, secure the ball, and Jonah punched it out. And like, the guy's got game. But yet he's also about to go back over to baseball. Jim Schlossnagle told me at the Georgia game, we got big plans for Jonah Williams. Like, oh yeah. Like,
as he should.
He could be the starting center fielder.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would say he's the favorite. I know they brought in some portal guys, and a couple of their portal guys ended up getting drafted and signing. So that really kind of puts the Jonah Williams to center field as a likelihood. And we know Jonah Williams' older brother played pro baseball, played for the White Sox. And it's fascinating to see how this is going to play out, because he's playing safety. Will Muschamp is, as of right now, coming in, going to be working with the safeties. How do those two connect? How does I mean, I just don't see Jonah not. I mean, Jonah's playing baseball, so that's going to make things interesting. Michael Terry, I talked to you about this last week. He reminds me of Lil Jordan Humphrey. Lil Jordan Humphrey was a running back at South Lake Carroll. Michael Terry was a running back at Alamo Heights. Lil Jordan Humphrey transitioned to wide receiver and did it seamlessly, was almost immediately an impact guy. And Michael Terry, it wasn't so seamless at wide receiver. Now, he can catch on. He can become it clicks. It clicks at different times for guys. But now he's at running back. And I know people are like, oh, he's had a couple good plays here and there. Okay, well, he's got a new running backs coach. There's opportunity. I mean, it's Christian Clark and Ryan Niblett and James Simon and Michael Terry. So I'm just going to be intrigued to see how many of the Khalil Lockett, high recruit, highly touted recruit, 6-figure NIL deal.
Man.
And he looked good out at practice. He was blocking and getting into it. And I'm like, I love everything about Khalil Lockett. I just want to see him. I want to see him play. I want to see what he's got, I keep hearing Jamie French is one of the biggest talkers on the team.
What does that mean?
Right. Like, he's super cocky, super talky. Okay, well, how can you be cocky and talky if you're not playing?
Yeah.
But, I want to see it. And then, the other thing that's wild to me is Nick Brooks is still working at left guard. And Neto is out at right tackle. He's the backup right tackle, and Nick Brooks is the backup to Cole Hudson at left guard. So we'll get to talk to Steve Sarkisian tomorrow. We'll each get one question. I've got 100 questions, but it sure seemed like Nick Brooks at 6'7", 246 is a tackle. But, maybe, I don't know, maybe they just.
He's just 346, you mean?
346, yeah.
Okay,
sorry.
I'm about to say, damn.
Right.
What happened? He gets sick? Yeah, all right?
You got a tapeworm?
What happened during Christmas break? Okay.
Yeah, 6'7", 346.
Yeah. I am still confused about what they're trying to do with him. They clearly believe in the guy. Hopefully this offseason it's going to be huge for him. But yeah, I'm with you. Like, that's tackle measurements to me.
Yeah. And what happened to Nate Kibble? Nate Kibble, everything. I'm like, it's just so weird. But because Nick Brooks sure looks like a tackle. Jaden Chapman is backing up Trevor Gooseby at left tackle. Okay, well, where's Jaden Chapman's a guy who can play inside and outside. We didn't get to see him. I don't know. And everything we're hearing is 2 to 3 offensive linemen, primarily interior linemen, coming in the portal. So Kyle Flood, help me understand it all.
Yeah. Kyle Flood, he's still trying to figure out how he dodged that bullet. Because Pete Kwiatkowski, again, right between the eyes, man.
Yeah, we didn't get to ask Lance, who's a USC homer, how he'd feel about Pete Kwiatkowski as the defensive coordinator at USC with Danton Lynn leaving USC to go to Penn State, because that sure looks like a good fit. We'll see. But, the other guy to watch is Bo Barnes, the freshman linebacker who's built. I mean, the dude is put together and he runs. I liked what I saw of him in practice. Number 30. He's 241, Zay. I mean, he'll smack you. He had a couple pops on dudes in that red zone work. So, I mean, I think your starting linebackers Wednesday are going to be Ty Anthony Smith and Brad Spence. Brad Spence is also a very intriguing figure because we know he played inside linebacker at Arkansas, was very productive, 55 tackles, 4.5 sacks 2 years ago. And then he moves, to edge where he backed up Colin Simmons this year, and he's a good player. But he is very much a candidate to move back to inside linebacker next year, and he's got experience. I think the guys like him, respect him. He's got some leadership quality. I mean, he's a guy who could really, depending on what Will Muschamp wants and how he evaluates everything, he's a guy who could help fill that void like he is going to be on Wednesday. So Brad Spence, I think, is a very interesting guy to watch on Wednesday in this game.
Yeah, everybody's auditioning to a certain extent for Coach Muschamp. And, some guys after this game will realize, moving forward with Texas ain't for me. They'll put themselves in the portal, and this coaching staff's going to have to deal with that also. But all these guys should be looking at it as a grand opportunity. And as far as Jordan Williams goes, you know how I feel about his situation. I've said it plenty of times on this airwaves. I love the guy. I think what he's doing is incredible, but also I have a ton of doubt on how. How is he going to continue to do this? And again, you heard Jim Schlossnagle, like, baseball, way less taxing on the body, clearly. But this is the dude that still dealt with injuries. Even going back to high school, he missed time and didn't get to finish his senior year at Galveston Ball due to injuries. So he didn't play enough to get hurt in football this year, but he came in. I think, wasn't he nursing something? Was he still nursing something coming in at the beginning of the year? I don't remember.
Yeah, an ankle.
Yeah, it's always something with him. And I knock on wood and hope that.
Knock on wood because he's healthy right now.
Yeah, he's healthy right now, but it's just like, man, it just never stops for him. There's never a time to relax because he's always rehabbing, or by the time he gets acclimated, like he did in baseball this 2025 season, it ends and he has to jump right into football. And that's a lot. And clearly him getting used to that, being more mature and older and understanding what Jim Schlossnagle and Steve Sarkisian need from him is going to help him out with his schedule and his ability to stay healthy. But
right.
Man, what he's doing is tough, boy.
He's got to learn what Jordan Whittington learned early on at Texas, that he has to do extra to keep his body where it needs to be. He's going to have to live in the training room, doing extra, getting there early for baseball and football to make sure that he's taking care of his body. He's going to have to be a pro. He's going to have to change his eating habits if he hasn't already. Look, as a freshman, you're just figuring it out. You're in a whole new world. You're still used to your high school habits. You know, Quintravian Weisner loves his double nuggets meal. You know, and Quinn Ewers, remember when he said I had to give up Chick-fil-A or cut down on Chick-fil-A and start eating salmon? And yeah, it takes a minute for these guys to figure it out that, oh man, if I really want to do this, I got to start investing in my body, investing in my diet, investing in massage and all the extra things that are going to keep you available. Your best ability is your availability.
Yeah. Oh, I saw LeBron throw a reverse dunk last night. He about to be 41 in the tomorrow. Tomorrow, LeBron James turns 41, year 23. He threw that crap down. I'm like, what? How?
Polyurethane. God said, you will be made of polyurethane.
Yeah, man, I got out of bed this morning and my back said,
that sounded like a roller coaster.
That's what I mean. I had to stretch it out and do a little Jane Fonda and stuff just to get right, man. It's crazy out here. You're right, Chip. Like these guys, it's an eye-opening experience for them. They without mom and dad, you without them home-cooked meals, like your comfort level, it changes. And some guys adapt better, and some guys, it's a struggle.
Yeah, like look at Grayson Littleton. Grayson Littleton came in as a pro from day one.
Yeah.
Like that dude puts in the work. And so does Jonah. So does Jonah Williams. Jonah Williams is a big tape watcher. He in baseball and football. He likes to watch pitchers. He likes to see how they approach, batters in football. We heard Michael Taft say, "Hey, I'll take care of this," and Jonah's like, "Nope, I got it." And Taft was like, "Oh, okay. You've been putting in the time. You've been putting in the work." And Jonah's a guy. He doesn't cut corners, and neither does Grayson Littleton. It's also going to be interesting to see where Will Muschamp thinks Grayson Littleton should be playing, because he could become an outside corner with his length.
I'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, Chip, because we don't talk about that either. We clearly have talked about Jonah Williams and getting his body right to play both sports, but just from a schematic standpoint of what the defense, playing safety, all that requires, and up here, how smart you have to be successful. Then you turn around and you got guys throwing 98 at you, throwing crazy breaking ball stuff, knowing your weaknesses. Like, that's probably the hardest thing to do in sports is hit a baseball. So then after that, you got to turn around and face SEC receivers and SEC running backs and quarterbacks and brilliant SEC minds as offensive coordinators. You got to prepare for that. What Jonah Williams is doing is absolutely incredible. And I got all the love for him and what he's doing. But also I'm, thinking logically enough here, what he's doing is tough.
It is.
And there's a reason why a lot of guys don't do it. They would love to, but they can't do it. And they won't even try it.
And remember, the best football, baseball, dual sport guys, Dion was a corner, which was, let me just lock this guy up, and Bo Jackson was a running back. It was very natural to him. Playing safety, man, you got to tie so much together. You're responsible for almost all 11 because you're the guy who can see all 11 in one look. And I think Jonah Williams likes that. I think he likes the competition. I think he loves the competition. We saw it in baseball. He's talking noise. He's strutting. He's shaking his head. Nope, that ain't no strike. He's a dude, man. And we had Casey Hampton on the show, and Casey was like, this guy loves it, man. He loves the competition. He wants to be the difference maker, which is what you want. You want that guy. You want that guy at shortstop who's like, hit the ball to me, hit the ball to me. You want that safety who's like, throw the ball anywhere in my vicinity. It's mine, You don't want that guy at shortstop like, please don't hit it to me. Please don't hit it to me. You gotta want to be the guy. And I think he wants to be the guy. And that's why it's going to be fascinating. And I see, CB, the greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. Muschamp is really good at, once he knows a guy loves football, wants to be great, Muschamp knows how to connect with those guys. I can't get over my interview with Henry Melton, who moved from running back to defensive line. Muschamp built his confidence, said, here's what you need to look for. Here are the things that are going to help you get where you want to go. We got to work on those things, tying your hands to your feet, making sure that you're not just trying to be, the best athlete in the rep, be the smartest, have the best hand placement, the best footwork. And, Henry Melton's like, that guy believed in me when I didn't believe in me and helped me. He gives him credit for a 6-year NFL career. If Muschamp senses that that's where you're at, he can elevate you. Like I'm really interested to see if he and Josiah Sharman connect, because like I said, Josiah Sharma he's 17 years old, and he redshirted. So he's got 4 years. He'll be 18 as a redshirt freshman. I mean, I'm 17. I don't know what I was thinking, but it wasn't about
trying to graduate high school. That's
right.
It.
So, but remember those guys, Moro Ojimo was that way. He was, 17 as a freshman. And look at Moro now. I mean, Moro's playing some of the best football of his career.
Oh, he had Josh Allen in shambles yesterday.
Yeah.
Boys.
Moro is on the field. I mean, on a defense with Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, Moro Ojimo's on the field a lot.
Yeah.
And they got him for a song because he was a later round pick.
Yeah, a couple cheesesteaks and
yeah,
a little onion on it. Yeah, not too much onion, but just enough.
Yeah, Moro's gonna bank on this next contract because he's a difference maker on the defensive line. Those guys get paid.
Yeah.
Look at Puna Ford. Too short. He's too short. He's 8 years in the league and is smart. He signs like 1 and 2 year deals, makes a bunch, goes signs another one.
Yeah. And throws centers fits. Like if you ask top centers and guards in the NFL, I saw Jason Kelsey talk about it. Jason Kelsey was like, Puna Ford, one of the hardest players I ever faced just because of his stature and his strength. And Jason Kelsey, he's not the biggest guy, but a lot of the time he could get under those guys. He couldn't get under Puna Ford, cut it out, strength him either. So You're just stuck, man. You're just clogging stuff up, and that could cause havoc to anyone's run game. Yeah, he's a big reason why the Rams have success.
Poona Ford was the most polite, respectful. Everything was yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Like, even with reporters, he was like the most, like, his parents did a great job. And I bet he is locker room glue.
Yeah.
Wherever he goes, because he's so humble, comes from nothing, and just knows how to work. And unfortunately, he had to play for Tom Herman. He did get, well, he played a little bit with Charlie, came in with Charlie, but then he had to finish with Tom Herman. But anyway, undrafted free agent.
Yeah. Steal. Yeah, they got him 5'11" here listed. He like 5'9", like 300.
Yeah.
5'9", 300, man, can move it. It's not fat either. Like, you would think that build would be, a little tubby. It's just solid. He's just an animal, man. Yeah, I love Poona Ford. Like,
man, my Lions could have used him this year.
Well, yeah, they could have used him. Yo, Lions, man, what are y'all doing? I ain't laying an egg like that was sad. Christmas Day.
Terrible.
Jared Goff, man. And look, man, I'm sure he loves his little baby Goff that they just had with his beautiful supermodel Sports Illustrated wife. But fatherhood, it's tough. It's tough. We love. I'm sure he loves that kid. But, man, Jared Goff, first year with a family on Christmas, he looked like he wasn't there. He looked like I should be with family. This season's over. We ain't making the playoffs. I don't want to be here. That's what Jared Goff looked like. 5 turnovers is insane. That's just every fumble. Every time they hit him, fumble. And interceptions. He cussing.
He's trying to make sure that they get a high enough draft pick to draft the best offensive lineman they can.
So he's throwing the game, you're saying. That's where we are. We're in those dark times. We're throwing games, man. I mean, I know you want that 4th place schedule. You see what your them Bears doing.
Oh, yeah.
You see what New England's doing.
But listen, how do you not watch what Ben Johnson is doing and say that dude is a killer?
Yeah.
I mean, Dan Campbell had to take over play calling midseason. That's not good.
Not good.
Ben Johnson's over there, got all those players playing fast and confident. Luther Burden, Colston Loveland, like all of his rookies are killing it. Kyle Monangai, 7th round pick. Kyle Monangai. That dude's an animal. I don't know if Rojo is going to get back on the field.
Yeah, Rojo, it's time to look elsewhere.
Yeah.
It happens. It happens.
But good heavens, like the Bears, Ben Johnson is making the McCaskey family look like they know what they're doing. It's just like Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase making the Brown family look like they know what they're doing with the Bengals, when those families are notoriously idiotic. They're cheap. And Ben Johnson's finding them 7th round running backs that smash. So, yeah, I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned about what Ben Johnson's got going in Chicago, man, because everything's leaking in Detroit.
Yeah.
Defense. And look, there's no Brian Branch, no Kirby. Did you see CJ Gardner-Johnson making plays for the Bears, who used to play for the Lions?
Any team that he goes to wins. Any team. I wouldn't go all the way to say he's a cancer, but he clearly is a distraction in the locker room, even though the teams that he comes from win. And then when he goes off, he talks mess about the team and is like, they need me. And here he is, Chicago, wilding out, making plays. But, yeah, that was a hell of a game last night. My man, Brock Purdy, dog. Brock Purdy, he's been doing that Dougie. He's been dancing. He's been doing that Dougie. Just a whole new swagger.
How about Quinn Ewers?
Shout out to Quinn, man.
Quinn Ewers was doing some dancing and some swagging,
Yeah, the first down where he juked homeboy, number 54. I don't know who that was, but Quinn Ewers hit him with a ha.
Yeah, Baker, he got the best of Baker. And good for Quinn. I mean, McDaniels had a really cool thing to say about Quinn. He's like, guy's super smart. Don't believe the country twang.
The country twang.
The guy gets football. He sees it. And we said Quinn Ewers' best football was ahead of him. And staying healthy is a big part of it. But, yeah, good for Quinn. He had some good moments a week ago, and then they ended up getting run by, the Bengals?
Yeah.
And he comes out this week, guns blazing, and takes down the Buccaneers, a desperate Buccaneers team.
Yeah.
So
NFL, obviously you have to have the ability, physically, but for the quarterback position, you got to be locked in from your IQ and preparation. Like, that has to be a huge point of emphasis. You can't just be like Jamarcus Russell and Johnny Manziel and not study at all and think that your God-given ability is going to make it work. Not in the National Football League. You will get exposed. And Quinn Ewers knows that. He had a hell of an answer to one of the questions that he was asked as a presser on what he was seeing on one of his touchdowns, where you're like, oh, yeah, this guy's a 10-year player. It might not be starter for the full 10 years, but either way, he's going to keep getting gigs and performances like he had yesterday. Is the reason why. It's huge, man. It's huge. And you see, like, when he was doing all that pointing and stuff for the first down, did you see his teammates?
Yeah, jumping in.
Yeah, like he has like the respect from the rest of the locker room. That's ending the season a lot better than they started. Mike McDaniel might not be the coach next year, but I think Quinn Ewers, he's going to stick around. And boy from, what's my man's name? Provo, BYU dude. Zach Wilson bitching about how he wanted the gig and stuff like that. No. Your time's up. I'm not trying to hear that. You got replaced for a reason. Quinn's out here. The team likes Quinn. They like that dude. They're playing hard for him. And Quinn, with his country ass look, which I respect, he got his belt buckle on, he got his tight ass Garth Brooks jeans on, got the boots, tight ass shirt, man. That's Texans as it gets. I appreciate that. I'm sure Longhorn faithful appreciates that too. Staying himself, even though he's in Miami, because we know Miami could change a guy. Ask Bert Auburn, who got no run this year. Miami could change a guy. When you were said, I ain't going to let Miami change me. I'm going to stay 100 to the fullest. And
Zach Wilson.
From that. Yeah, Zach Wilson.
Yeah. Quinn, the thing about Quinn is he's low key, man. So he's not trying to be that celebrity quarterback. He's not ego. He's a quiet, fiery, but it's a quiet fire. I remember talking to Riley Dodge, who, kudos to Riley Dodge. He's leaving South Lake Carroll to go to SMU. But Riley Dodge was like, there were times I was yelling at Quinn, I need show more emotion. Like, get your guys fired up. And Quinn's like, Coach, this is me. He's got like a resting heart rate of 60. And he just is cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah.
So,
and I think that's also why he dropped where he did in the draft, because a lot of people mix that up for love of the game.
right.
Like, just because he's not doing the Tom Brady yelling and screaming and dropping F-bombs all the time doesn't mean he doesn't love the game or doesn't have a serious passion for it. And he was hurt his whole career. His whole career at Texas, he was hurt. He missed games every single season he was at Texas. So now, even though the level's higher, him being healthy, he's going to show some good things, man. But yeah, he should be proud, and his family should be proud. And yeah, Quinn Ewers, man, proving a lot of people wrong.
I'm fascinated to watch what's going on with the Dolphins, because we know their owner, Stephen Ross, who's, you know, he wants to win, and he thought he had a really good team. So does he, you know, does he stick with McDaniels? Does he let go of McDaniels? Is Quinn a guy they stick with? I mean, I'm fascinated because Quinn. So Brock Purdy, you mentioned Brock Purdy. Playing for Kyle Shanahan is a quarterback's dream, and McDaniels comes from that, you know, same cloth, you know, that whole Kyle Shanahan, McVay offensive genius, quarterback friendly head coach. And we said Quinn Ewers needs to get with the right team, the right system. Like if Quinn ends up, you know, if he ended up in San Francisco, he'd probably be doing the same things Brock Purdy's doing. That's how good Kyle Shanahan is. I hope Kyle Shanahan wins a Super Bowl. He deserves it, because you get what you demand. You get what you go kill. But Kyle Shanahan is so good. So is McVay. You know, so are some of these other guys. But, man, Kyle Shanahan, no Deebo Samuel, no Brandon Ayuk, no George Kittle last night, and no problem. You know, it's Juwan Jennings and this guy Tungus at tight end, who was an undrafted free agent who just hung around and waited for his turn, and the guy's making plays. And then Kyle Juszczyk, you see that orbit motion that they use with him where he kind of loops and then gets a running start at whoever he's going to block? That's Kyle Shanahan. No one else is doing that. And that makes that block so much more punishing. You know, he comes from the slot and he kind of loops back to the quarterback and then takes a running start at some poor bastard in that line who's about to get decleated. And that helps clear the way for Christian McCaffrey to do what he did last night. So yeah, I'm hopeful for Quinn.
Yeah, I feel like it's always been Christian McCaffrey the number one option for the 49ers to really make him go. And last year, not having him is the reason why they struggled. And people put that on Brock Purdy because that's what you do. You blame the quarterback when a team struggles. But now that Christian McCaffrey's back and healthy, and like you said, just everything that Kyle Shanahan brings to the table and can utilize with Christian McCaffrey and the versatility that McCaffrey brings, and now Brock Purdy's playing at a level. Yeah, it was easy to let Deebo Samuel walk. Like, people are wondering, well, oh, man, Deebo Samuel, he's been such a big part. Like, he's asking for a lot. And again, McCaffrey, let's focus on him. George Kittle, with what he brings as a tight end, not only on but off the field, just being that locker room leadership guy, like, they kept the right guys. And Trent Williams, he went out yesterday, first play of the game after the pick six that Brock Purdy threw. But they just got a lot of guys that have been together for a long time. And this year, they're putting it all together at the right time. And Brock Purdy's playing MVP level football, man. And it's fun. They're fun to watch. If I'm everybody else in the National Football League that's going to make the playoffs, I'd be scared of San Fran, who is also hosting the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 60, It's in the Bay. So that could be a home game for them. And there's just something about sleeping in your bed, which they probably wouldn't sleep in their bed. They probably go to a hotel somewhere. But you catch my drift. There's a lot of comfort playing at home that other teams don't have the luxury of doing playing in the Super Bowl if the 49ers make it. So, yeah, shout out to Shanahan. Shout out to San Fran, John Lynch and the crew. Hell of a job this year.
All right, our picks. I don't know. What? I know we got to get to the commentary, but I had Buffalo minus 1.5.
Now, the score of that game.
No, they lost because Josh Allen missed the wide open throw going for 2 to win by 1 instead of kicking the extra point and winning by 3 or more. Nonetheless, that was weird. Like Josh Allen had that kid wide open on that 2-point conversion and missed him by like 10 feet.
Yeah, his foot, ankle, it was seriously bothering him last night. You know how good he is with his legs. A lot of the time where normally he would run the football, he wasn't running it. And I just think that with that injury, it affected that throw. And still, you would think somebody Josh Allen's caliber, hurt or not, can make that throw. But, yeah, he just seemed off all game yesterday. And if he's going to go into the playoffs with that injury in a year that they don't have to worry about Burrow, they don't have to worry about Mahomes. If Baltimore loses to Pittsburgh, they're not going to have to worry about Lamar Jackson. And even if the Ravens won that game, Lamar Jackson hasn't been himself here in the 2025 season. So if you're Buffalo, who's had problems with all those teams at different points of Josh Allen's career, you should be ecstatic going into this playoff run. But if 17 ain't healthy, and he looks like he did yesterday, oh, man. Especially in the last year of that stadium before they move into the another one next door, which is going to be crazy. That's just a killer, man. And there's just something about that logo going back to the early 90s where they kept going to the Super Bowl 4 straight times and failing every time. They just have horrible luck, man. You feel for those folks. That's all they got in Western New York. They got the Bills and wings. That's it. The rest is like it's cold as hell too.
Are you done picking against my Texans?
No, I'm still picking against them.
You picked the Chargers minus 2.5, and the Texans put the beat down on old Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, man. Again, that defense is ridiculous. Justin Herbert got hit almost every other play. Like, I don't know how Justin Herbert kept getting up and trying to make plays. The Chargers kept shooting themselves in the foot on just horrible penalties at the wrong time. But CJ Stroud, man, he looked good the first 2 drives. And then all of a sudden, it's just like, what are you doing? A lot of those throws, and John McClain, he's told us numerous times that he doesn't believe in that offense, and I see why. Like, they're a weird offense. Like, you would think that they would have put up 40 with how those first 2 drives went, but they just go cold so fast, and they stay cold. So, yeah, the Texans, they're doing their thing. They're still winning. Even with all the struggles on O, they are still finding a way to win ball games. That secondary with Lassiter and Petrie and Stingley Jr., those guys, they don't play, man. It's hard to get open on those dudes. And when you get open, they're hitting. And you don't got much time because you got Will Anderson Jr. and Hunter on your ass.
Yeah. So
that it's just, and then, crazy ass, Al Sharger, what's his name? I always mispronounce his name. The crazy SOB.
Al Shazier.
Al Shazier. It's crazy. He's crazier than the road lizard. That dude, man. He's crazier than the road lizard, man. But somehow D'Amico Ryans this season, calmed him down, got him playing smart football. He probably going to therapy. He probably changed his whole life around. And now him being smart, it's put him in another category. And yeah, they're doing their thing. Texans, they look good. So I still trust the offense, but I will admit, Texans, they're Super Bowl worthy.
All right, let me get a mention in here for Humann before we get to the chip shot and the right call. Humann, listen, my wife jokes that I'm a collector of supplements. I've tried them all, but now I'm on to Humann, and I'm getting everything I need thanks to Humann with 2 N's. They're unique scientific-based formulas born from research at the University of Texas Health Science Center. You see that Humann logo, Humann with 2 N's on the football field at DKR. And Humann's making it easier for all of us to support our heart health, our cardiovascular health, healthy blood sugar, and, healthy cholesterol level. These are all the things that guys my age or guys, in their 30s, 40s, 50s, these are the things that we need to stay on top of so they don't get away from us. And that's why, I actually have all my Humann supplements in these little baggies, but the Humann, the cardiovascular health daily. These are the 3 things that I'm taking every day, along with my Super Beats heart chews, because they help you to maintain healthy blood pressure 2 times more than just diet and exercise. But the cardiovascular health daily, the cholesterol health daily, and the metabolic health daily, each one features Humann's science-backed formulas. And when the 3 are taken together, they help support all those, circulation, cholesterol levels, all the things that us, as we get older, need to stay on top of so they don't get away from us. So here's what you do. You go to Humann with 2 N's.com/TSU for Texas Sports Unfiltered. Humann with 2 N's.com/TSU. Use the promo code TSU and get an additional 20% off your first order. And you can load up, get multiple bags of the Super Beats Heart Chews and the turmeric chews, which help reduce inflammation from exercise. Where does the pain come from? From inflammation. So make sure you get those turmeric chews as well. And I take the Super Beats Sports Powder about 30 minutes before I go work out, before I go play tennis, before I go play pickleball. And that's the Super Beats Sports Powder is what all the Texas athletes take. So go to Humann with 2 N's.com/TSU, load up, because you have nothing to lose. There's a 90-day money-back guarantee. Feel as good as I'm feeling. You deserve it. And, you need to be around, for your grandkids. All right. For the chip shot today, I'm here in Orlando, the happiest place on earth. Well, that's Disney, which is just packed right now because it is the holiday season. So here's the bottom line. Texas is out here, and we talked to Lance Taylor earlier in the show. Lance, our SEC insider and prognosticator at lanceslock.com. And I like the way he put it. If Texas wants to win, if Texas wants to make a statement, they're going to win. Texas is the better team. Bryce Underwood is a fascinating character. Freshman, took Michigan to a 9-3 record. Obviously, he got allegedly a record NIL deal that Dave Portnoy, who owns Barstool Sports, helped to engineer. And the kid he's a, low-key stud. Like, doesn't draw attention to himself. He says what he needs to say. He's a little bit like Arch. Kind of says the bare minimum, but you can tell he's got a ton of confidence. And I'm, interested to see him play. Texas will be the home team. Texas will be wearing the burnt orange. Michigan will be wearing the white. But but Colin Simmons against Bryce Underwood, I'll take Colin Simmons. And, Michigan's defense, they're stout. They got a former pro defensive coordinator, Wink Martindale, same guy who coordinated the defense for Michigan last year when Texas beat them 31-12. I think if Texas is locked in, and there's been a ton of distractions, we know that Texas lost not lost. Steve Sarkisian replaced defensive coordinator Pete Kwiatkowski with Will Muschamp. Michigan's had ridiculous. They've had TMZ, like soap opera stuff you can't make up as a distraction with the Sharon Moore dismissal and arrest. And now Kyle Whittingham was introduced here in Orlando yesterday at 11. He's been flying all over the place. He, trying to get to know his players as quickly as possible. Portal opens on January 2nd. Will Muschamp's down here in Orlando sizing things up. They got to get things figured out because that portal's going to be open for 2 weeks. But I've never seen so much agent work behind the scenes ahead of the portal opening, ahead of guys saying they're going into the portal. But that's what agents do, man. They're trying to get their clients paid. The more the client gets paid, the more the agent gets paid. So it's going to be bonkers. And does Texas, do those players want to make that statement? If Texas wants to make that statement, I think they will. And yeah, there's 11 in the 2 deep who've opted out. Obviously Quintravian Wisener, CJ Baxter, DeAndre Moore on the offensive side. And then, Anthony Hill, Leonga Lafau, Ethan Burke, Michael Taff, Malik Muhammad, Jalen Gilbo. It's a lot, but Texas is Texas. They got talent, man. Come on down. Kobe Black, Warren Roberson, Cade Phillips. Let's see what, what do you want to put on tape for Will Muschamp? Where's your level of, give a bleep? Because Texas is, everything I'm hearing is getting ready to go all in. So you want to be on that train when it's leaving the station. Let's see if these players are ready to make that statement. The weather back there is terrible, and the weather here is 73 degrees. Damn. It's gonna drop a little bit. Game time's gonna be like 50s, 60s, but and maybe even a little colder than that. But yeah, right now the guys have been practicing in the heat. It's cold there, huh?
Yeah, it's a little nippy. 40s. Says it feels like it's in the 30s. So, yeah, I'm staying my black ass inside. Like, I don't got nothing outside waiting for me anyway. So, yeah, I'm cool with my hot cider and, yeah, blanket. I'm cool watching football. But, yeah, I just play hard, man. Again, it's auditioning for next year. And can you fit on that 2026 squad? Do you see yourself there? Like a lot of guys after the game, like Jack Indries, he's one of those guys. Like, what is he going to do after this game? Because I'm sure he's looking at that thick-ass tight end room where there are a lot of guys that are hungry for more. Like a lot of guys that played this year that probably took reps away from Jack Indries that he didn't think were going to get taken away. Jordan Washington, Mari Winston, Nick Townsend, throw Spencer Shannon in there too. So that's what I want to see also. Like, who coming out of this game will be around next year? And how will those exit meetings go? Because that's another exit meeting you got to have. You have one leading up to the bowl game, and you have one after. So where are the chips going to fall after this game that Texas should win. We'll see.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Before that, though, got to give a shout out to Covert Bee Cave. The holiday season is still popping, and you can still get to Covert Bee Cave to get yourself a new or pre-owned vehicle. It's getting cold now. Your heater goes out. That's another problem. Add to another problem where if you take it to the shop, you're going to get tired of taking it to the shop. Go to Covert Bee Cave. They will find something in your budget. New pre-owned, it doesn't matter. 7 terrific brands to choose from. GMC, Buick, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. I know how good Covert Bee Cave is from personal experience. Our Buick Encore GX, we couldn't love it more. We were down there for Christmas at my wife's place. Her Uncle Kim came out, saw the car, and said, man, I really like this. And I know Kim, he an OG to the OG. Like this guy, he knows his cars, man. He got in, looked at the interior, put himself in the wheel, did one of these, and said, oh yeah, I could see myself in one of these. And I was like, yo, Covert Bee Cave, baby. So I think he's gonna check it out himself, and you could be like my man Uncle Kim too. You can go to covertbeecave.com, see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Shep, let's talk a little Texas women's basketball because yesterday was crazy. 82 points is nuts, man. I knew it was going to be rough for Southeastern Louisiana because of how bad Vic Schaefer felt his team played against South Dakota a week ago. I knew whoever the next opponent was, and unfortunately it was Southeastern Louisiana, it was going to be rough for them. Because practice, I'm sure, has been rough. We knew this Texas women's basketball team has been tired due to injuries, especially for their three-headed monster, Harmon, Booker, and Lee. But, man, they put it on Southeastern Louisiana yesterday, and everyone looked good. I love what Ashton Judd brings to the table, especially against teams that are going to play Texas in zone. When you play Texas in zone last year, that was smart because they don't shoot the three well. They don't want to shoot the three, and you could pack it in. Now, with the way Jordan Lee's shooting the ball, the fact that you have to respect Madison Booker beyond the arc, and you're bringing in Missouri transfer Ashton Judd, who has one of the prettiest shots in all of women's college basketball, you can't play Texas in zone like you could in the past. So even though Southeastern Louisiana is definitely limited on talent, I like how they looked against the zone. That brings me to what Roy has brought up here. During the game, once it was definitely settled, it was settled in the first quarter, but once Vic took out the starters, Madison Booker, Warrior Harmon, Jordan Lee, we know this Texas women's basketball team, they like to have a good time. They like to have fun on the bench. They're laughing, they're smiling, they're dancing. And Jordan Lee, she got pom-poms, as you see on the video for the viewers listening on the app. I got Jordan Lee. She got the pom-poms from the cheerleader. She sat down, pretended to be a cheerleader, did her thing. It looked like she was having a lot of fun. It looked like her teammates took a joy out of it. And I saw nothing wrong with it. They're having fun. They're in college. This is what it's all about. But as you know, there's haters out there. And somebody, multiple people on social media thought that this was classless, thought that this was beneath Jordan Lee and Texas women's basketball. Some even went to say, challenge Vic Schaefer and said, yeah, there's some coaches out here that definitely wouldn't allow this, which, hey, that's fine. To each his own. Every coach has their rules, their boundaries, what they want from their program. They're allowed to do that, whatever. But to sit here and say and try to knock Jordan Lee for having fun, it's weird to me. It's very weird because it'd be different if Texas women's basketball wasn't good and didn't take the game seriously. And now folks are also saying, oh, they shouldn't beat the hell out of Southeastern Louisiana the way they did. Southeastern Louisiana, get in the gym and work on your game. If you want to change the freaking result of yesterday, work on your game. so you could change it there. Because we know Vic Schaefer and this coaching staff's mentality, it don't matter who they're playing against. They know one style, and that's it. And if you're not ready for that, you're going to get exposed like Southeastern Louisiana did yesterday. So like it's weird to hear and see people criticize Jordan Lee for, in my opinion, just having a good time. And I think that's what life's about. She's not hurting anyone.
Yeah, those people are fools.
This isn't showing up Southeastern Louisiana because they're beating the crap out of them. No, this is how she relates with her teammates. And if you watch Texas basketball like I do every single freaking game, you see them wilding out on the bench. Everybody, Brianna Preston, like everybody, the walk-ons, everybody's having a good time.
This is ridiculous. I think one of the cool things was Justice Carlton, who missed the last game with a shoulder injury, came out on fire, hit 4 of 5 to open the game. I mean, Texas was up by 50 at half. That's hard. Yeah. It's hard to get up on a team by 50 in 20 minutes. But that's how dialed in Texas was. And now they'll go to Missouri on Thursday and open SEC play. That's Ashton Judd's old team. Yeah. So she's going back to where she started her college career. Aaliyah Crump did not play in this game. I think the plan is still for her to play against Missouri. She's been out with the foot injury. I think Vic was hoping to get her out there against Southeast Louisiana, but the plan was, he said after Christmas. So, yeah.
Yeah. I admire Vic Schaefer because he is extremely hard-nosed. Extremely. He demands a lot from his players. And they play a style that not everybody can play. He has to find a very specific type of basketball player to make it fit at Texas. But also, he has a fun side about him that those girls love. And that makes it to where you see this old-looking white man, and you're thinking, man, how does it work? But then I see videos, Texas women's basketball on their social media of Vic dancing with the team. And yeah, it's awkward as hell, but they're laughing. They're all having a good time. He loves them. They love him. And things like this show how even though he's hard-nosed, it's still fun around here. You know, you should have fun while playing this kid's game that these ladies are playing and making some solid money out of it.
He loves this team. You hope for Vic's sake, because he's been to the national championship game twice and came up short. You hope that this is the team because Rory Harmon's playing at an all-time high level. Maddie Booker is an All-American, mid-range Maddie. Jordan Lee is going to be an All-American before she's done. And you got Brianna Preston, coming in and just hitting the accelerator. You got good strength down low. Justice Carlton. I mean, you've got the goods. So I know UConn, South Carolina, but it just seems like there's a real opportunity this year for Vic to get it finally. And this is a team worth watching and cheering for. I'll say that.
Yeah, I think before we bring on Open Gym, Patrick and Matt, I think it's Texas, UConn, you could even them out, everybody else. LSU hasn't played no damn body. They're putting up 100 on everybody, but they're playing teams the caliber of Southeastern Louisiana every game. South Carolina's good, but they have their flaws. We mentioned Chloe Kitts being out for the year really hurt them. And UCLA is getting better. Betts, she has a younger sister that's also almost the same size as her. Texas didn't see the younger sister in that early season game. So now that they got the younger Betts sister back there, UCLA is going to be dangerous once March comes around, and they're going to be better than when Texas saw them. But other than that, Texas could beat the crap out of anyone.
Yeah. All right, good stuff, my man. Let's open up the gym and bring in Patrick and Matt. What's up, fellas?
Guys?
What's going on, guys?
73 degrees and sunny here in Orlando.
All right.
Yeah, we had that a couple days ago. We got there a couple days ago.
Yeah.
It was cold
And
today.
it's about to drop. Temperature's about to drop here. So, but I got to get to the pool. I appreciate you.
Man, get the hell out of here.
See you tomorrow.
Get out of here, man.
Later,
I'll
guys.
see you guys.
Appreciate you guys. Welcome in to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on as I review the third member of Open Gym. Text line is open 512-222-9328. And of course, over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, give us a like and a subscribe. Best way to keep up with us during weeks like this, where we have pre-games and post-games and all of that other stuff happening for the Citrus Bowl. Matt, been a minute since we've seen each other, since we were off most of last week for Christmas. How was your Christmas? Have a good vacation there?
Yeah, it was fantastic. I was in Woodlands with my girlfriend's family, and we had a riot of a time. It was a lot of fun. Happy to be home, though. I was happy to be home. It's 4 days away from home, drinking almost all day every day. Get a little tired, and it's nice to be in my own bed.
Was
How was
there
yours?
any? It was good. Was there any stuff of going to a different household that you were like, any games or any traditions that were surprised you, maybe took you by shock at those? 'Cause I know sometimes when you're just around and like they do things, we all have stuff in our family that we don't think anything of, and then
Yeah.
someone else comes in, they're like, what are y'all doing? Like, oh, we just always do this.
Well, apparently people in Mississippi put ketchup on their tamales, so that was kind of a shock to me.
Okay. Yeah.
But honestly, that's about it. Like it was really normal. It was really fun. I got I think the best present that I got the entire time I was there, a squirrel head or a horse head squirrel feeder.
Okay.
So it's like a little rubber horse head that you put on a
Yeah.
string, and then you put the squirrel feed inside the horse head, and the squirrel gets up in it, and it looks like he's wearing a horse head.
Okay. I like that.
I was
I
like,
like
well, I live in a 6th floor apartment, so I don't really get squirrels.
that.
But I'll save this for when we get a house.
There you go. I like that. What's up, CB? What's up, Chad? Appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Yeah, Mahomes probably does it. Mahomes famously for putting ketchup on steaks. Is
Yeah.
there ketchup on tamales? I don't know. There's no need for it. It's not a food that
No.
you need to put, sugar on top of. 'Cause that's all you're really
Right.
trying to do is you're putting tasty sugar on top of it. But I don't think you need to do that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Patrick. I did not do it. I stood strong and I ate them the way they're supposed to be eaten. But otherwise, it was great.
No, that's good. That is good to have those done. Yeah, I got something I did not know existed for Christmas this year, Matt, which is I did get my obligatory multiple bottles of whiskey, which I get every year. But my brother outdid himself with a 3-liter bottle of Jack Daniels. I did not know they made the 3-liter bottles in America, and they do now.
You're
Apparently.
gonna have to go get that during the break and show me.
Yeah, it comes with its own stand that you swings on it, like it has that thing.
Oh, wow.
But it's rather large. It is rather large. So I got that one. So my other family who bought me handles were like, well, now come on, how do we look like the jerks for buying what we thought was the biggest bottle?
So that you said 3 liters?
3 liters.
That
The
3-liter
regular is
bottle
1.75. Yeah.
that 3-liter bottle should get you like through the weekend, right?
It should. As I get older, there's less like drinking 6 nights a week, 7 nights a week, which is the old school, the reason why they'd be gone so fast. You're like, all right, well, we're just gonna drink, and then you're doing shots. So I think I've only dented one of them watching football on Saturday. I think was the
Yeah.
only time I dented any of them. Yeah, apparently lots of people ketchup. It's not as rare. Ketchup on tamales.
It's rare for me, man. I'll tell you
Yeah,
that.
I would have never thought about it. Do you have any plans for New Year's Eve, or are you keeping it simple for that?
Yeah, there's a kind of a Fort Worth style country bar that opened down the street from us. So we got tickets to a thing there on New Year's Eve. There was $40 tickets to wait in line, and there were $60 tickets to skip the line and get 2 extra drinks. So it was an easy choice.
Yeah,
So I'm not only am I too old to be waiting in line, but the 2 extra drinks for free. I mean, come on.
yeah. I mean, I'm almost already drinks on a New Year's Eve are going to be $10.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're really not wasting much. You may be saving money if you get the right drinks. I don't know. I'm sure those drink tickets only work for something like where they're like, maybe it's 2 extra champagnes or something like that. But it's still, those are usually still pretty expensive, especially on holidays. So, yeah, it does feel like that's skip the line. Too old to be waiting in lines, especially on New Year's Eve. You don't want to be sitting and waiting around hoping that things turn out right. So you want to be able to
Yeah,
get right to it.
and we're probably going to be celebrating a Texas win over Michigan as well, so it'll just make those drinks taste that much sweeter. You know,
Exactly. What's our game on? What's the game on New Year's Eve night?
New Year's Eve night. I think it's. Hold on, I got this. I think it's the Indiana game, Indiana, Alabama.
No, Miami, Ohio State is the.
Damn, I put it in the wrong order.
The Cotton Bowl is December 31st. So, Miami and Ohio State, the one that we're assuming Ohio State is the one with the biggest line right now. 9.5 is that line right now. So
yeah, I told somebody today that they shouldn't worry about that line too much. I think that they should take it.
It's a big one, and it feels like it's going to be that way. But lots to get into here on the show and get into it because we will be doing today and tomorrow. On Wednesday, of course, the game is at 2, so we will not be on during the game. Clearly on Wednesday. Then we'll be off on New Year's Day as well with all the playoff games happening and be back on Friday to wrap up the Citrus Bowl and wrap up the all of the playoffs as well. We will be on there if we go. Yeah, and Rose Bowl is always in the afternoon. I think they're doing it. That was the one where they always wanted to have, and they were trying to move the time of it, but that's the Rose Bowl is getting upset because they want it set with the sunset, like in the fourth quarter, and they're like, "Yeah, but that doesn't work for timing of everything else." Like, it doesn't matter. We're like, "Yes, it does. We're trying to put on all of these games. You guys can't make everything else suck so you can get the sunset right. Like, we get it's nice, but you can't ruin everything else just to have the sunset."
Yeah, I don't know. I like the Rose Bowl being during the day. I think it should be at like 11 a.m. personally.
But I don't even think it wasn't something crazy like that. It was something to the effect of like they wanted to move it from like 3 to 2 or something. They wanted to move it like an hour somewhere, and they were like, "You can't move it an hour."
Yeah, unless it's a national championship game. That's right, CB.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot to get into on the show today because we have been off for a little bit, and there has been news and more transfer portal news and more players staying news and all of the good stuff in between. So we've got plenty to get into here as I'm trying to log back in to my password here. So I'm trying to do that because, of course, it logs me out at 4:00 for some reason. I don't know why it decides that this is the time to log me out after it's been up, the whole time we were off. No problem. And then Rose Bowl.
And hey, Joe, that's California's problem, not my problem. If you're going to live on the West Coast, you deserve
that. But we did get the updates, Matt, that Trey Wisner is entering the transfer portal. We thought after CJ Baxter left that the odds were probably better that he would stay, but this feels like another one of those conversations about what the plans were in the portal, what the plans were with the finances, and that he has made the decision to move off and move on to a pasture where he feels he'll have a better chance to maybe further his career and play in the NFL and do those things. which as a former 1,000-yard rusher in the SEC, you believe he's got a path to do it. But if he was going to be used sparingly, if that's the plan next year, I could understand why he might want to move on.
Yeah, I think that part of it is he wants to be a number one back.
Yeah.
And he wants to be paid like a number one back.
Yep.
I don't know that NIL ultimately had the biggest decision on this. I think he just kind of was reading the tea leaves.
Yeah.
Texas is going to try and hit a couple home runs at the position in the portal, and his playing time was going to go down, which meant that his NFL draft exposure was going to go down, and his, all of his touches were going to go down. And look, we all love Trey Wisner. I don't think that there's a person who is a Texas fan or even a college football fan outside of like Norman and College Station, maybe Lubbock, that doesn't think Trey Wisner is a great guy and a good football player. He's not a number one back. He was never supposed to be a number one back. He was a number one back last year because of injury, and he was supposed to be a 1B this year, and it didn't really work out. And he's a great leader in the locker room. It's going to hurt in that regard. He's a great leader on the field. It's going to hurt in that regard. And he has kind of a clutch gene to him in the rivalry games, which has been huge. But if you're going to go all in to win a national championship with your last year with Arch Manning, you got to get him a certified bell cow that's an explosive playmaker. And Trey Wisner's just never really been that. He's just a really solid back. And if your goal is to be a dominant rushing football team, he can't be your go-to guy. And that's just the fact of the matter. So they decided that probably best for both parties to move on. Trey Wisner is going to go out to greener pastures where he's going to be a number one back. Texas is going to go all in for probably a couple of guys, and that's fine.
Yeah, and this was one that I saw, and again, at CB, I've seen that too, that was a case that we've now heard for LaFau, we've heard for DeAndre Moore, we've heard for Trey Wisner. And I really hope it's not the case. And I'll tell you why I hope it's not the case. Because if the case is they are shortchanging our own players, which I get is a lot of money, then we were not going to win the transfer portal. We will not be a better team next season, and we will not advance. The reality is, I'm just saying, the reality is to get players in the transfer portal, you have to overpay them. It just is what it is. To get the types of players that Texas wants to get, you have to overpay them. It is what it is right now. I don't think it'll be that way down the line. I think things will find a way to slow it down, and there'll be a path. But if we want to say Texas has a budget and we are working on a budget, then we're going to get 3 offensive linemen, 1 running back, 1 wide receiver. None of these, all of these will be 3 to 4 stars in the portal. None of them will be 5. We will not get any top guy. We will move and we'll get those types of guys because those guys are going to cost way more money because there's going to be 7 or 8 teams bidding very heavily for them, if not more. And that's the only worry I have. Now, I think this is not something that I think will happen, but it's something that worries me in the fact of I get you don't want to overpay for players because it's a bad business model. Unfortunately, that is the college football business model right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's for where I get worried is you guys are running an NFL organization, but this isn't the NFL. There's no salary cap. There's nothing to say that one billionaire can't walk up and say, whatever Texas offers you, I'll give you another $200,000. I don't care. Whatever they offer you, I'll give you more. And Texas has to come back and go, we'll give you more than that. And you have to outbid a billionaire. And if you don't want to do that, that's fine. But you're going to have to pick a few players you want to do that with. So if you don't want to have those conversations, so when we see a couple of guys that we hear that there's there, and I believe there's other factors in it too. I think a lot of this stuff where we get the reports that it was straight up money, sometimes they're making the situation a little bit easier than it needs to be because look, there's always going to be a motive for a lot of people around college football to basically make it seem like every single player is the greediest, unruly jerk player in the world because they're trying to make sure that players don't get paid in the future. So there is a narrative and a motive out there for some people to consistently, every bad thing in sports has to do with the money. But some of them are. And when you hear that, it just worries me a bit. Because if we're not willing to overspend, then we're not getting the top linemen in this class. We're not getting the top wide receivers in this class. We're not getting the top linebackers in this class. That's kind of the issue is you have to overspend to get those guys. Are there good players right behind them? Sure. And you can go try and get 6 of those guys. But if you miss on any of them, then we can't run the ball next year no matter what. And if you miss on them, we're not going to be able to stop in the linebacker core. So that's kind of the worry is, are you willing to play ball into what the game is right now? Or are you trying to be smart with it and maybe too smart for what college football is right now?
Well, I think that there's a difference in overpaying for Jaden Baugh and paying Trey Wisner $1 million.
I agree.
So I think that what Texas is doing is they're making business decisions.
Okay.
So you probably can't go get Jaden Baugh and another running back and pay Trey Wisner $1 million if you want to do everything that you want to do. So, Trey Wisner wants to be a number 1 back and get paid like a number 1 back. Texas doesn't think he's a number 1 back. So they're going to go pay a number 1 back who's going to be more consistent and effective and better for their offense. Same thing with wide receiver, DeAndre Moore. You're not going to pay a third wide receiver $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
And Leon Lefau, you're not going to pay a guy who's a rotational player as much as you're going to pay, say, Robert Woodyard from Auburn, who could come in and start immediately and be an all-SEC player for you.
Yeah.
So you're making business decisions based on, well, if we're going to pay money, we're going to pay money to the right people and not guys that are just really, that we just really like a lot. And that's going to be the cost of trying to win a national championship. There's going to be collateral damage. Well, yeah, like we'd love for you to stick around, Trey. We love you. We think you're great. We want you as part of our program, but we're not going to pay you like that because we need to go pay a running back like that who is an all SEC caliber running back. And that's just the difference in it. And CB, I'm not sure that $2 million is actually the price, but it's going to get up somewhere near there probably because I think Texas is going to be in that conversation. I think Texas A&M is going to be in that conversation. Alabama. Cam Coleman could probably walk into a room and say, who wants me? And everybody would just start bidding like an auction. So yeah, there's going to be some unfortunate, collateral damage from this whole thing. And that's just what it is. I don't think that's going to be the decision. I think you could get Jaden Baugh and Cam Coleman. Like, I don't think that that's out of Texas's realm right now. That's kind of the point that I'm trying to make is I don't think Texas is going into this thing conservatively. I'm saying they're going to go into this thing with throwing haymakers and going down swinging. And if that ends up being that they're going to spend more money than they'd like to, sure. But you got to do everything that you can to compete for a national championship in your final year with Arch Manning. And that's going to take throwing around a lot of money. And yeah, I do think that. I'm not saying they're going to get both guys, but I'm saying they're going to try to get both guys. And a bunch of other dudes.
Yeah. And that's the thing is I agree with you in a lot of that. I'm hoping that is the case. That is the case. It just makes me wonder a little bit because it does fall into the world of, we expect to go out there, but when you call up and when you talk to Jaden Baugh and when you go in and Jaden Baugh goes, it's $500,000 more than you thought is a starting point of our negotiations. Are you willing to have that conversation? Or are you going to walk away and go, oh, well, that's just too expensive? And I do worry that there's a lot of points where they're going to make a lot of these decisions and then turn back around when they realize, well, we could have kept Trey Wisner for $1 million and we ended up paying 1.5 for a guy who's the Trey Wisner. And I just think there's a chance of that happening because I think the spending in this portal is going to be insane. Just personally, from what I think the spending is going to be ridiculously insane. And if Texas doesn't walk in thinking, okay, raise the price on everybody at least $200,000, maybe $300,000, and start there in your brain, and then they're going to ask for more than that. Is it right? No. I'm just telling you other teams are going to pay it. And if you want to fix some of these holes you have, the fact that you're adding more and more holes to it, it just makes me worry a little bit. I'm with you, Matt. I think that they will come out and they'll get what they want. We'll know on our show on Friday. We'll already start to see it, and we'll see the first couple names start to fall in the first dominoes, and we'll start to see that stuff. But I do. There's just always a worry in my brain because of how they've looked at things so, economically, and have always kind of gone in with this is an NFL mindset, and you can't build a program, trying to win 1 year. You have to try and win a program that sustains winning, and that's fine. However, that's not what's happening right now. And when we see let's be first and foremost, offensive line is a massive problem throughout college football and the NFL too. There's not enough offensive linemen to go around right now. So when we look at that and you go, okay, that's one position where you're going to have to spend way more than you thought you were on the offensive line to get the guys you want to get in there to fix that problem. Now, once you've done that, now is there still all that money to go and get a nice wide receiver and Jaden Ball and another back and, all these other, that's kind of where I'm like, I think they're going to start, and then they're going to go, okay, well, our budget's 15 million, but we could probably go to 20. And then they're going to get done with the offensive line and a couple other things and be like, we're at 12. How are we already at 12? We still have, we're not even halfway through our list and we're at 12. And that's kind of the worry right now is, are you ready to do that if you're letting some other pieces go? Now, hopefully this is all silliness and it's in that point. That's the point of the season where you just kind of have to see some guys walk away. I get that. It's just seeing some guys that felt like they were really culture bearers for this team walk away and then get the feedback of, no, they just wanted more money. It doesn't sit right with me. And then it feels like they were like, no, we want to go get other guys. And I think that there's a very good chance they go and do what we've been talking about and go do something big. But there's a part of me that's just a little bit worried about it.
Well, first of all, I think that there's 4 running backs in the transfer portal who you could pay $1 million that are better than Trey Wisner.
Okay.
Just like off the top of my head. But also, I think that it's not Trey Wisner. I don't think was just about the money. I think that probably played a role.
Yeah.
But I don't think that it's just about the money. I definitely don't think DeAndre Moore was just about the money, because I think that he wants to be a number 1 wide receiver.
Yeah.
And he was going to be a 3rd or 4th wide receiver on this team next year. And I get that we think about that and we say, oh, well, DeAndre Moore was one of the most important players on this team. Well, yeah, but he was probably the 3rd or 4th, most effective wide receiver on the team. And that was probably going to lessen even more next year when you get Khalil Lockett and Jamie French and Dalen McCutcheon and, even Jermaine Bishop involved. Like that, he starts to slip down a little bit in terms of how much he's going to be targeted and how much he's going to be used. I think Texas just knows the kinds of players that they want and the kinds of players that they're willing to spend money on. And I don't think that a guy that they see as a 3rd on the depth chart kind of guy really resonates as $1 million player for them. And that's why I think, like, you remember how Texas Tech spent money this past season on the transfer portal?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that Texas is going to have a billionaire just cutting checks for everybody, but I think they're going to be one of the biggest spenders in the portal.
Okay.
Without question.
Right.
And they're going to go get stars. I don't think they're just going to pay anybody. So like if they get into a bidding war for, let's say, Cam Coleman with Texas A&M and it gets up to a certain price, like I think they'll be like, okay, well, we're fine with our wide receivers right now. Like we don't need to overpay for, like, we don't need to pay $2.5 million for Cam Coleman.
Yeah.
But if it gets to a point where it's like, okay, we're at a level where we're good with it, then we're absolutely going to pursue that. And we're going to keep doing other stuff. I think that there's a cap on that for every team in the country. Like, I don't even think Texas Tech with their billionaire is going to go pay like $4 million for Cam Coleman.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to watch for sure. But I'm not worried if I'm a Texas fan, because because I know that if you have Arch Manning for one more season, it's like, you know, it's like building a team around LeBron James or Luka Doncic for one last run at a championship.
Yeah.
You just go all in and see what happens, and if it blows up in your face, fine, at least you tried. But you spend as much money as you could possibly spend to make sure that you bring home a national title. And that's just the name of the game in college football now. And I think Texas realizes that, and they're not going to back down from anyone.
No, I get what you're saying. I can tell you, and like, we still got to see. I think we all think Trevor Goosby's coming back, but until we get the report that Trevor Goosby's coming back, until he says it, then that also means that there's most likely negotiations happening and everything else. And that's another one where you're like, you got to pay the guy to stay, man. You got to, I understand the John Moores, the LaFaus, the Trey Wisners. I get when the price is, we can go get somebody that's about as good. I think that's the line in my head of what they've done so far. So what they keep saying they're going to do and what they have done in the past is where my line is. I feel like you're taking the easy way out, and then we're going to get, there's a 20% chance we have a press conference where Sark sells us that these guys we got are better for us because they're culture guys, and those other guys wanted too much money, and so we didn't really need them anyway. But the guys we've got are actually, we scouted them, and they're really, really good. And I think that's a 20% chance that most of our transfers are in that more of that category. And we maybe get one big name, and the rest are like, no, but we really believe in these guys. And you can sit back and go, okay, it's fine, but don't tell me that you're all in. And, it go back to the all gas, no brakes and all of that stuff. Until I see it, Matt, I'm not going to believe that we're really going to overspend, because it's been a pretty heavy point of Sark's career to not overspend and like not do that. Now it's a different game now than it was then. It evolves. So again, I agree that you shouldn't have been overspending those first few years, and they didn't really, and they kept Xavier Worthy, and they kept some of these guys. So they've spent money, don't get me wrong, but he was not going out in the portal and going, man, I'd really love this extra toy, and going and spending all the money to get that extra toy. And this feels like a season where you kind of want, especially now in the running back room, you're like, you really have to do it. Now we'll see on, Wednesday a little bit more of what is Michael Terry, what is James Simon, what do those guys look like in the running back room, and how confident you are. Because if we run for 14 yards in that game, you're like, oh God, we have more problems. Like we need to get 75 running backs. But I like that. To me, it's one of those pieces where I've heard both sides of it before, and then I've been there and watched the team not go heavy in the portal because of, you just see it and you're like, and look, as fans, we see it. When we see a Cam Coleman come out, we're like, that's amazing. We go $2 million. It's a lot. And then the number 3 comes out. And you're like, well, yeah, none of us want to give him $3 million. And then he goes and has a great season somewhere. And then we all go, man, we should have given him $3 million. So I don't think we have to. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know the budget. I don't know where they're coming from. I can tell you there's rough figures for all this stuff. And we also hear a lot of this stuff. It depends again. There's people with motives that they do want to make it seem like every player is making $100 million every year. And it's completely unsustainable, because they want to go to Congress or wherever else and basically make them say they make $0 again, is what they'd like to push. So there's that narrative. That will never happen. They'll never make $0 again. There will be something that happens in the future, because it just isn't sustainable for spending the amount of money that's being spent right now. But it is sustainable to do a lower end of it. Like that's more sustainable.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think there's also more to the NIL portal stuff than simply saying we're going to pay you $1.5 million. You come to them with different deals that you have in mind, or like, get Cam Coleman and Jaden Baugh deals with Lamborghini Austin. You have the opportunity to set things up like that outside of just straight cutting a check. That potentially a Alabama or Texas A&M or some of these other schools don't have, because you are in a major metropolitan area with much more NIL resource than some of those places. So I think some of that's probably going to be involved, but I look, I get the worry and the past, prove it to me before I believe it kind of mentality. I just think that I really just think that they're going to go all in here and try and get every single player that they possibly can. Like the stars at the positions. And that does not mean they're going to land them all, but I think they're going to be in a lot of conversations. I think that they're going to, have a pipe dream kind of mentality for Jaden Ball and Cam Coleman, and probably a defensive tackle and a linebacker and offensive lineman. And I don't necessarily think either that it has to be we have to go get these offensive linemen first before we can convince Jaden Ball to come here. I think that they have all of these things planned out already. It's not like they're going into January 2nd, like, all right, let's make our first phone call. You know what I mean? So they have all these things sorted and ready to go and a plan in place.
Yes.
And we'll see where the chips fall, because it doesn't work out for everybody on every player. But
no, and I agree with you too. It's like, I don't think Trey Wisner's leaving if he doesn't hear from credible people that there's already guys more than ready to take his place.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, go look at Jaden Ball's Instagram today.
What's on it today?
He has an Instagram photo up that the caption is "Things are about to get real interesting. Stay tuned," or something to that effect.
Good Lord.
It's like, read between the tea leaves, or like read between the lines, read the tea leaves. It's like it seems like everything is setting up for that to happen. And I would imagine that Texas is very heavily involved in the Cam Coleman sweepstakes, because he is exactly what they need.
Yeah.
They've got the yak yardage guy and the game breaking speed guy with Ryan Wingo. They've got the slot guy with Emmett Mosley. And now they need a big, rangy wide receiver with a big catch radius who can go win 50-50 balls downfield.
Yeah.
And that's what Cam Coleman is.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. We did also see, Matt, that Jelani McDonald is staying, which is really big news for Texas, because, huge. Losing Michael Taft, losing Manny Muhammad, that secondary is very, in flux. And, now you're bringing in Will Muschamp, who is coaching in the secondary before he left at Georgia as well. That's kind of what he's done a number of times before. So he's taking that over until possibly another coach will be coming after the playoffs, is what we may have heard possibly being the rumor. But what that means is that you have a little bit more of consistency. Even though you're going to change up a lot what you're doing defensively, you now have a little bit more consistency in that locker room with a lot of changes on defense. I mean, it's a really big thing for the Citrus Bowl as well. But overall, it's one of those of, like, if he was leaving too, if he was in the portal or he went, then I'd be more worried about things, because they have been able to keep some of these players. And so clearly there's, I'm not panicking by any stretch of the imagination. Just something of like, I don't know. I'm a little nervous. But for McDonald's stay, that makes the nervousness a little bit better, because we saw him improve, and he feels like a guy now you can look at and say, unlike maybe the younger guys like a Kobe Black or a Grayson Littleton, or I'm blanking on his name real quick.
Jonah Williams?
No, I'm thinking of the DB that played well at the end of the season.
Cade Phillips.
Cade Phillips. Those guys who you think are going to be able to make a step forward, those guys are still really young. You think Jelani McDonald may be able to take that leap closer to what a John A. Barron, I don't want to put that, Thorpe Award winner on him, but like where John A. Barron took that big leap his senior year and really took it to another level. That's kind of what you hope for Jelani McDonald, that he is able to, improve his game, find something with Will Muschamp's coaching style, and be able to make that next step. Because if he's able to come in and really start to be more of a leader on this defense next season, then you'll be able to keep a little bit of that consistency of being able to play well for several years in a row now.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously huge for Texas. Not having to go find a player at that position in the portal or rely on a very experienced guy is massive. but he also has taken a major leap from last year to this year, and I expect him to take another big leap from this year to next year, especially with Will Muschamp coaching him.
Yeah.
And potentially another guy who, may lose their playoff game this weekend if they want to make my dreams come true. It it's going to be huge. The thing about Will Muschamp's defense too is like it feels kind of backwards at the safety positions. Like the free safety plays closer into the box and like a strong safety would, and the strong safety is the more like field side deep safety. So I'm interested to see where Muschamp would put him, if it would be the more closer to the box guy or the more free roaming guy. But regardless, I mean, you have one of the best safeties in America coming back to your football team next year. And that can't be understated. I mean, he would have gotten drafted this year had he gone out, more than likely, but now he's going to have a chance to really raise his draft stock, potentially be an All-American type player, and be part of something special. And I think that meant a lot to him.
Yeah, no, I do think it's, it again shows that this Texas team does have guys that really believe in what they're doing. They believe they have the chance to be there. And for a McDonald who maybe got overshadowed sometimes by Michael Taft and by Emmanuel Muhammad in that secondary, Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons. Colin Simmons will still be there. There'll still be other great players, but now he gets to stand out as being more of a preseason, standout guy on that defensive end of the football. So definitely a big piece for him to be able to come back this season. Looking forward to the Citrus Bowl, Matt. And what we get to see, we did see that Michigan hired their coach over the break as well. Michigan was able to bring in Kyle Whittingham. I felt like all of the A+ grades are a bit disingenuous. I don't think it's a bad hire. I think it's a good hire and all. I think when I say they're being a bit disingenuous, is I was like, then why were you not just beating the drum? Well, there's one guy to hire, because clearly everyone else was like a C hire at that point. So if you really thought Kyle Whittingham was a guy, then you should have written 7 articles about how this is the only guy to hire. He's an A+ hire if you hire him. I think Kyle Whittingham is a good coach. I think he's somebody that you bring in that is going to bring stability to your program for the next few years until you go on. He also, again, saves you a bunch of money that you can put back into the team, because now you fired a coach with cause and you hired a coach with no buyout. So you have now done 2 things that did not cost you the normal $10 million or whatever it's going to be, or it could much worse if you're, AD piping to sign Jimbo Fisher or Brian Kelly. So you're now in a decent position to either do that or save some of that money, put it over and say, we're going to save this when we fire him in 3 years and go find our real coach. I don't think he's a real because he's an older guy. First of all, it doesn't seem like he's a real long-term investment. I know for him, he said, this is a challenge to go. This is now the final challenge is to go win a national title at Michigan. I don't know if he's that guy. I think he is. I think he's probably closer to what we've seen from Iowa and some other Big Ten schools, or, SEC schools that are like really good. But like, I think he can make it to playoffs. 100%. I think he can make the playoffs one year, but I don't know if he's ever going to be able to really put together. I think he gives him stability. I think he gives him a chance to compete every year. And that was more than you could ask for any other coach that was going to be able to get hired right there.
With the exception of probably Kalen DeBoer, you're probably right.
Kalen was never going. So.
Right.
I agree.
I mean, so I'm kind of 2 schools of thought about this. I'm A+ in the sense that this is the best you could have possibly done, given the time frame and everything else that had happened, and it being so late in the cycle and that kind of a thing. He's exactly what you need in terms of, like you said, program stability and, fixing the toxicity that has been rampant in that place for the last, 10 years, whenever Harbaugh got hired. I can't remember how long ago it was. That stuff, there's probably not somebody you could have hired who would have been better equipped to fix that realistically than Kyle Whittingham. My other thing is, it's like, well, in terms of what he's actually going to do for your football team, in terms of turning you into a championship contender, it's probably a B, but a B is about as good as you were going to get at this time anyway.
And he's probably a better coach than Sherrone Moore.
He's absolutely a better coach than Sherrone.
So you did upgrade. You upgraded.
Yes, you upgraded. You got a great guy who's going to do the right things and get your program back to where it's supposed to be from a culture standpoint and a stability standpoint. It seems like the guy who's hired to get your program in a good spot for the next guy that comes in.
Yes.
And that's fine. That's better than Biff Poggi, who like seemed like he was trying to torpedo the program at one point with the kind of things that he was saying into the media. Oh yeah, we could have 25 guys leave before the bowl game. It's like, well, the bowl game's in 2 days. You haven't had that many.
I love that from Biff, though. That's that Biff honesty there.
Yeah, I mean that guy. I don't know what he was thinking, but regardless. I do think it's a good hire, and I think it's good for Michigan, and it makes me want to not hate Michigan as much as I used to.
Oh, look, I think they'll clean their act up a little bit more. I think it's for what was out there, it was definitely the best hire they could have done. Mm-hmm. Because going to get like Jed Fish, because now you're not really. You have a guy coming in who's really excited to be there, who wasn't, coming from another place. There isn't the over-the-top expectations of hiring someone. Like, there's not any of that. And you get to go in and say, we're in a better place than we were with Sherrone Moore. I did see someone tweet out he follows 5 women on Instagram, and they're all fully clothed. So he's got that going for him for Kyle Whittingham. But yeah, I think it was a better move. Now, how much it moves the needle in terms of people wanting to stay and play for him, that's what we're yet to see going in the portal in this game and everything else. Are people excited about playing for an older coach who hasn't really had the track record of winning big games as much as he has the track record of consistency? I don't know how much young players that matters. They got money there, so that is a big help as well. But that's kind of what we'll see coming up here in the next few days. How much he can retain people. I know he was just talking to Bryce Underwood. He's just getting there and starting to talk to people, but they're getting ready for the game now. So it's also kind of finding that middle ground.
Well, I know that some of the recruits have come out and said that they love the hire. One guy, Malachi Lee, who had he requested his release from his NLI, Texas, I'm sure would have been very heavily in on.
Yeah.
He had a big approval of the hire. So it seems like at least some of the younger guys are. But we won't really know until the portal opens on January 2nd, because I think that they're having conversations probably right now with a lot of their top players who are set to come back, like, whether or not it's going to be the right fit for them or whatever. And hey, sometimes, as we've kind of seen with LSU, maybe you want to hire a likable guy who has a good track record and doesn't put your entire offensive line into the transfer portal and like 5, 10, 12 other guys. I mean, LSU's been gutted.
Yeah. But yeah, that's it. It does seem like they're going. And by the way, we don't have to say January 2nd anymore. We can now say Friday.
Yeah, that's true.
The transfer opens on Friday. It is coming up. It is a new year on Thursday, Matt. So just saying, we are hitting all of these milestones that do still in my brain seem somewhat further away, because January 2nd still seems months away. But it is literally Friday.
I was really hoping to have a nice, relaxing weekend, but
no.
The next 2 weeks are going to be a blur, man.
Yes, as someone who reports on the transfer portal, Matt, you will have a fun time reporting on the transfer portal and this information coming out. You did mention Biff Poggi did say when he was on the Stampede Progress with Mac Brown and Bob Ballou that he said upwards of 25 people could not make the trip or not play in the game, which seemed weird because they're all there now, and you would assume we've only heard 3 opt-outs for this game from Michigan. There's only been 3 reported. So I don't know if that was more of him just saying that, or if there are going to be more names that are not playing for Michigan. They just kind of kept them under wraps. I don't know. It feels like there's always a few names that just don't get really reported on. Some of these may be guys that weren't going to play anyway. like guys further down the bench, so they're not being reported out because they're. I mean, if you're not playing, it doesn't. You know, if your stats are one tackle, you're probably not going to be a big report that you're not playing in the game. So it may be more of that it's guys that are like, well, I came from Michigan for when it was here, and now I'm ready to move on. You guys aren't playing me. It could be more of that, but I thought it was interesting because you're like, Texas is down a lot of players, and it'd be nice if Michigan was down a few more. Would help us out a little bit. But do you think is there any real validity to this other than him just throwing that out there? Because I haven't heard any other reports of it other than him saying it.
I think he's just throwing it out there. I don't know why he would even do that in the first place, but I mean, you're 2.5 days away from your game, and 3 guys have opted out. Like, are you including the guys who are out of eligibility who aren't going to the NFL? And like, I don't know what you're even saying. Are you including walk-ons that aren't going to make the trip? Like, are you fudging those numbers to make it seem like they're going to be gutted when they're really not?
I mean, I would take it as he's upset because he has zero say in roster construction, which makes sense because he's an interim coach who's coaching one game and then will be gone after he coaches this one game, unless Winningham keeps him around. But he did not get the head coaching job. So for him, I think it was probably more of him saying, they're not telling me everything. I don't know who's going to be there because I have no say in it. Like, they're not asking my opinion about keeping guys or pay. Like, they're telling me they're having conversations and to coach with who I've got. So I think it could have been more of him maybe venting frustrations of, I don't know who the hell's coming with us. Because, they're going to tell me on the day of who I've got to coach. But I think it stuck out because it is for Sark, who basically said they're at 65 scholarships going into it, which was 20 down, is what Sark had said they were about. Out of the 85, Michigan could be at a 105 already. The Big Ten didn't have the 85 person rule at the SEC did this season. So they could have been at 105, I believe. So even if they lost 25, they'd still be at like 80 scholarship players, something around that. So it's not as big, but I thought it was an interesting piece that they threw out there. But it does make me wonder what we're going to see with this Michigan offense, Matt, because we've also heard this week that since they have a new play caller, their offensive coordinator, Chip Lindsey, is gone. So Steve Casula is going to be the play caller for them in this game. And he's like, I want to throw the ball a bunch more. I want to open it up. I want to spread things out. I want to be crazy with it. We're going to be, he's trying to make his own statement in this game. And so if you're looking at this as Texas, and we know Johnny Nanson's going to be calling the plays for this Texas defense now, when you're looking at what this Michigan offense can do, Bryce Underwood, who's now got a season under his belt, playing better football by the end than he was at the beginning, as most young players are. Are you a little bit worried that with a secondary that is not fully intact and was struggling down the end of the season, that this may be a Michigan just trying to bomb the ball on Texas the whole time? And if they are you still trying to blitz? Or are you just dropping guys back? What do you like? It feels like everybody wants us to be more aggressive in this game and Nansen to be a more aggressive play caller, right, Matt? That's kind of what we feel like the emphasis is. That was one of the reasons they wanted to get rid of PK, was he wasn't aggressive enough. And then you come into this game and you go, well, they may just be chunking downfield, in which how aggressive can we really be? If we could, like, are we playing man? What do you see Texas defensively trying to do against this Michigan offense?
Well, I think you kind of have to be aggressive because you're playing a true freshman quarterback.
Yeah.
So if you get pressure on him and you make him uncomfortable, then he's going to make mistakes. I think it kind of depends on how they feel about the matchups up front with how many guys they have to bring. But it's one thing to here's the deal. I don't think that Michigan's necessarily going to be vanilla.
Yeah.
But it's one thing to come out and say, like, oh, we're going to air it out and we're going to do you have the personnel to do that? Because you haven't done it all year for a reason. So it's great to, we're going to have Bryce Underwood throw the ball 50 times and 20 of them are going to be from 20 plus yards. But do they have the personnel to do that? I don't know. I think if they had the personnel to do that and they were comfortable doing that, they would have done that a lot more.
Yeah, I mean,
Kind of like how
their leading receiver has 641 yards this season.
right. And like I love Bryce Underwood. I think he's going to be an amazing quarterback, but is he ready to just come out there and air it out? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think he's quick enough in his decisions. I don't think that he's experienced enough to read defenses and find the open guy and all that stuff. I think they're going to make it easy for Bryce Underwood. So maybe that, quote unquote, airing it out means a lot of quick stuff. And if they get a matchup that they like on the outside, they're going to go for it. And I would be fairly comfortable with Cade Phillips and Kobe Black against any of their receivers. I don't think that they have a big game breaking wide receiver that puts a lot of fear into you. But if you're a good offensive coach throughout a season, like Steve Sarkisian did, throughout a season, you evolve and you figure out what your strengths are and you lean more into that, which is what he did with throwing the football down the stretch. And I don't know that Michigan really can say that they did any of that stuff because I don't think that they have the personnel to do that stuff. Like, for all of Sharon Moore's faults as a human being, he was a good offensive mind.
Yeah.
So I think that if he would have figured out that, we're equipped to do these kinds of things and stretch the defense and take shots downfield all the time, then they probably would have done it because they were trying to play for a college football playoff spot at the end of the season. They never really did it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see. They you're right. They don't have necessarily the personnel to just air the ball out down the field, try and run on you. But I think if you win a game where you have a month to prepare, you can put everything together. Now, I don't know how long he's been in charge because Chip Lindsey wasn't hired that long ago, I didn't think. So I don't know how long he has been the person making the game plan and how much he's taken over and tried to change. But if you watch Texas this season, I think you would look at it and go, these are the things that worked against this defense. And they have a really good run defense. That's probably the biggest thing they're keeping out. Ethan Burke's not going to be there, but the defensive line for the most part will still be there. So you're probably still looking at that and saying, yeah, let's try and test out the linebackers. Let's throw the ball mid-range. Let's not, let's try and spread them out. Let's try and put them in man. Let's try and, confuse the safeties. I think that you're going to see them at least try, and this is going to be a big test for Texas DBs and young DBs who are going to play a lot of snaps in these games because there's just everyone on defense going to have to play a lot of snaps. The rotation is not going to be there, right? Because of how many guys are not playing. That it feels like this is going to be really a big test for Will Muschamp on the sideline to be watching what these guys do. Because it does feel like they're going to be going after them. And that is the game plan they want to be going at. Now, maybe this dude, maybe Steve it's all BS and he's really just wants to run the football. And, I don't know if Kyle Whittingham has any say in this. I would assume not really. Assume you're kind of past the point of him being able to walk in the room and say, I'd like to be able to see you run the football and be a more hard-nosed. Feels like it's a little late to that game for him. Mm-hmm. But it's an interesting point because I think we would have looked at Michigan and thought they're going to try and run the football a little bit more. They're going to try and be a little bit more power football against us, play, more Michigan style football, historic Michigan style football. And I think they may try and change it up in this game. And another piece to make Bryce Underwood happy, to look at Bryce Underwood and say, we're going to give you a chance to shine so you can now, look at what we're doing for you. Please don't go anywhere else. Please don't jump in that transfer portal. Come on out here. And if we let you throw for 350 yards, you're more likely to, stay and be happy here in Michigan. So I think this is going to be a huge test for this secondary that was already not playing great at the end of the season. Now missing Michael Taft, now missing Manny Muhammad and Jalen Gilbo.
Well, yes, I agree. But here's my thing with Michigan's offense. First of all, Bryce Underwood threw for less than 60% 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in 12 games. He only threw the ball 30 plus times in 2 games this season. And they played a lot of bad pass defenses. They played Purdue, they played Maryland, they played Wisconsin, Michigan State. All of those teams are horrible defending the pass. And the 2 games that he threw 30 plus times were against New Mexico and Northwestern. And he only has 9 touchdown passes this entire season. So nothing he has done this season has screamed he's ready to air it out on offensively. Whereas Arch Manning has thrown 30 plus times, or let's say 29 plus times, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times this year. And 29 plus times still is twice for Bryce Underwood. So I just don't think that they've been comfortable with him throwing the football at a high clip because he doesn't throw the football particularly accurately at a high clip. I mean, he only threw it 18 times against Ohio State when a college football playoff berth was on the line.
Yeah.
And if you're really that confident in him as a passer, you're going to utilize him to the best of your ability, like Texas did against Georgia with Arch Manning when he threw the ball 43 freaking times, even though you were running the ball kind of effectively in the first quarter.
Yeah.
So I think that the history of what they've done this year would suggest that that's kind of more showmanship than what they're actually going to do.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, because it is. I mean, it's a different play caller. We'll see. He's the same play caller, though, I believe, from last year's bowl game, which is odd, but it was because last year it was Shelbourne was suspended or so. I don't know, but he was calling the plays in the bowl game last year, and then they brought in Chip Lindsey. He was the play caller all season, and then you get there. I agree with you that Bryce Underwood's had some not as good games. I think the pass rush, not the blitz pass rush, but the pass rush for Texas in this game could be pretty big because you are, going to showcase Justice Terry, we think, a little bit more in this game. Colin Simmons is still there. I don't know how long you play him, how much you play Colin Simmons in this. If you do get a lead, you may sit him down a little bit more in the second half. But you have Colin Simmons go out there, and if he's able to get pressure, if you're able to get organic pressure and make Bryce Underwood, because they are trying to get the ball downfield and move it downfield more in the passing game, then you're going to be able to really go after him a little bit more. And I mean, that to me would be a way to really push this Texas team forward, would be to get the pass rush where you don't have to blitz. And then, those, get that down to where you get those long third downs. You don't want, it's a misnomer that throwing the ball downfield is the best path, the best way to do things, because if you miss 2 and it's 3rd and 10, you're probably not going to get it on the 3rd try either. So I'm just curious, when I read that over the weekend that they're spouting that they're going to come out and spread it out. This is going to be a different look into Michigan offense. It's going to be way more fun to watch in the bowl game, you guys. And I was like, I don't know how much of that is them hoping it's going to be, or them believing they're going to be able to do it against the Texas secondary that is missing a lot of players and maybe wasn't playing great at the end. Fire your secondary coordinator in Dwayne Aquina, that they may go after him there. I just think it's an interesting matchup to watch in the Citrus Bowl. Is, do they try and let Bryce Underwood really cook in this game?
Well, what was the quote from Darryl Royal? 3 things can happen when you pass the ball, and 2 of them are bad.
Yes.
That's kind of, if I'm Michigan and I have a very young quarterback who hasn't been necessarily consistent throughout the year, that's kind of the approach that I would take if I actually want to win this game. Now, if they don't care about winning the game and they just want to go air it out because I want to prove to them, like, oh, yeah, this is what we're going to do, even though we have an entirely new coaching staff coming in next year. Like, I don't know. Here's the other thing, too. Will Muschamp is not coaching in this game.
No.
But he's already there. He's
Yes.
at practice. He's helping them. So I think that could probably play a role in like fixing, if they've had some time to fix a few of these things in the secondary with miscommunication and stuff with his help. So maybe that also, eases your mind a little bit of, well, now maybe, or at least hopefully we don't have to have Michael Taft running our defense instead of our defensive coordinator.
No, and I do believe too that there is help that these guys have practiced with the ones the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a little bit more knowledge and experience as opposed to practicing with the twos and not being in there, that, the defense is now, all these guys are practicing a lot more and a lot more involved than maybe they were when there was a guy ahead of them. So we did see Michael Taft was out there in Orlando as well. And Ryan Williams, Steve, is not in the portal yet because he's still in the playoffs. A lot of people believe that he will be because basically the same concept of guys we talked about at Texas, that Alabama's not going to want to pay him what they've been paying him with how many drops and how underproductive he was this season. So the thought is that he will probably enter the portal, but considering they play on New Year's Day, depending on what happens there, he could be in the portal the next day. Could stay for the playoffs and try and enter the portal after that. But Ryan Williams is not in there yet.
I wouldn't be shocked if he enters.
No, it wouldn't surprise me.
Like he had a really down year. I think he needs a change of scenery and he needs to get his head on straight because he's had some serious drop issues. It just feels like he's been kind of played out of position and uncomfortable all year long. And like when he does get the ball in his hands, he's electric and he's still one of the best players in the country. That's just been kind of an issue this year. I mean, I don't think that it's, crazy to think that he'd enter the portal when in the college football playoff, when you're in a really tight game, trying to come back from 17 down against Oklahoma, that he gets targeted 3 times and makes 1 catch.
Yeah.
So I feel like he would be better suited elsewhere. And I'm sure that I'll have another Alabama fan in my mention saying, you don't know shit about football if you think, like, go look at this, that, or the other. It's like,
no.
Watch him play.
I don't know. From the Bama fans I hang out with, they are not thrilled with him. Now, they don't want him to leave, but they also want him to. This is what every fan of every team. Hey, you had a down season. Why don't you give us some of that money back and then stay here? I don't think that's the way it works, man. I don't think that's the way it works. So it wouldn't surprise me, but because also Alabama fans have been hating on him all season. So he may be like, yeah, man, screw this.
Alabama fans are so toxic.
So hey, most of these big fan bases are. Big fan bases are. All right, we're gonna take our first break here, Matt. When we come back, I want to get into our overreactions that we do here every week at the beginning of the week. I've got some here from college football, from the pros. We'll also talk about some of the other bowl games that did happen already this week. We will talk about the NFL action as well. 2 Longhorn favorites from recent time playing tonight on Monday Night Football. Bijan Robinson versus Jordan Whittington. The Falcons versus Rams tonight. We'll get into all that and a whole lot more. And, of course, whatever you guys want to talk about there in the chat, we always love to talk with you here on a Monday edition here of Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Welcome back to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open 512-222-9328. And, of course, over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Appreciate you all hanging out with us during the holidays. Short week this week, or not short, but different week this week. Monday, Tuesday, regular shows. Wednesday will be during the game, so we will be off during the game, clearly. Then Thursday will be the playoff games, so we'll all be enjoying the playoff games as well. Friday, we will be back to do more wrap-up with you and hang out with you again on Friday. As we get into hour two, we'll get into our overreactions, talk some NFL, talk about some of these other bowl games that have been happening as well as we get into hour two. What's up, Naman? Appreciate you hanging out with us here on this Monday afternoon. And we did talk earlier about Trey Wisner a little bit and my concerns and why I have them. And Bob, my point has always been, I agree that Trey Wisner is not worth the $1 million. And I like Trey Wisner a lot. I think I like Trey Wisner more than most people do. So I do think he has a unique ability to be able to do some things. I did want him to step up more this year and use some other abilities. Didn't necessarily happen, but I think Trey Wisner does a lot of things very, very well. My point is not that Trey Wisner is worth $1 million. It's that who we are going to have to get in the portal will not be worth what they are making. That is the issue, is getting somebody. You're overpaying for whoever you get in the portal as well. So do you go ahead and keep the guy that you know, or do you take a chance on someone else and overpay them, hoping that they will be better and a better fit? That's my only concern, is if we're saying, well, he's not worth it, then we're not getting anybody in the portal. Because no one is worth what they're going to get paid. That's just the reality of where we're at in college football. So that's why I say the concern is when the attitude is, well, he's not worth $1 million. You go, was he worth $700,000? Because paying over $300,000 on some of these guys is just what it's going to be. So that's my only point is, I think it's going to be crazier the numbers we hear coming out of the portal than people think it is. And that's my only point, is I'm worried that Texas is not necessarily going to want to, as you're saying, overspend on some of these guys. And then we miss out on those. And then you go to the next level. And then you stop to overspend on that level. Because now you're talking about guys that should be worth $500,000. You're paying them $900,000. And you're like, well, so that's all I'm saying, is I agree with y'all that you don't want to get held over the coals, especially by your own players. I get all of that. It's a weird time right now. And so that's my worry, is not so much that Texas made a terrible decision. It's that is if we don't want to spend money, then realize we're not in the national championship race. That's just the way it is right now.
Yeah. And Bob, I mentioned this earlier. I would be real careful about what you hear about the actual starting price in some of these reports for some of these players. Um, I feel like part of that is a little. It's very hard to prove that that is the actual starting price for some of these guys because he's been in the portal for what 2 hours and we already know what his starting price is going to be. I don't know about that, and I don't think that 2 million would be the starting price either. I think it would be lower than that, and then maybe it eventually gets there. But listen, if you want to win a national championship, you're going to have to spend a lot of money, and there's no two ways around it. There's different, you know, kinds of calculus in the ways that you can get to that point. Do you want one Jaden Ball, or do you want or do you want two guys who are a little bit less than him, but are still really good players and are who are going to help you run the football a hell of a lot better than you did this year with Trey Wisner? So, like, there's multiple different ways that you can attack it. I just think that it's. I think that Texas is at a point where they've been on the doorstep twice, and a bad loss to another team away from being on the doorstep again.
Yep.
And they're tired of it, and they want to get across the finish line, so they're going to do everything in their power to get themselves into a position to get across the finish line. And maybe that means they'll end up being a $40 million roster actually, instead of theoretically. We'll just have to see. And
it's it's all that grand scheme of things where you want to go to some of these guys and go like, here's the reality is if we come up short again next season, you're going to want to buy out Sark's contract. How much money is that going to cost us? Okay. How about we take a third of that, eighth of that, and put it into NIL and get those guys and overpay them as opposed to overpaying a coach to fire him. Because I'll tell you right now, if A&M had put the money that it cost him to fire Jimbo Fisher into NIL, that'd have been a lot closer to winning a title.
Maybe they would have gotten a better quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, like that's just kind of those conversations to be proactive versus not. I'm just hoping they do. Because again, I know what Sark has said. I also know Sark has kind of gone back on the part that earlier this season he was even like, we don't want to have more than 10 transfers, really. I think he's already kind of gone back on that. So I think he's changing with the times. I wouldn't even say changing what he believes, but understanding how to evolve with the game of football where it's at right now, that basically there is a billionaire who came in for Texas Tech and said, I'm going to shake everything up. And then they'll clearly listen and shut everything down. And then they were like, no, now there's going to be more billionaires trying to do what you're doing. So maybe eventually there will be some regulation on it, but one dude is not going to do it, even though he wants to be the face of college football. I don't think, and especially if Texas Tech loses this weekend, or in a couple
they
of
will.
Days, then really everyone's going to be like, oh yeah, shut up then. So yeah. And we just talked a little bit about Johnny Nansen, Naman, right before the break. We talked a little bit about that defense. We'll do a ton more tomorrow. But it's going to be a lot of what Nansen has to do is kind of relying on what does Michigan try and do offensively. Because you can try and be all crazy, let's blitz every play, and if they just throw screen passes out of it, you're dead. So you kind of have to react to what their game plan is going to be. And is he going to, like, if they're going to just try and dive bomb the ball, then you are going to play more of a bend but don't break defense because they're not trying to get short passes over the middle. They try and get short passes over the middle, that's when you got to play man. So it kind of depends. Are they going to try and spread it out? And if they do, then you're more likely to play man to start with and then see how it goes. What do you think, Matt?
Well, how have they played other mobile quarterbacks this year who aren't entirely accurate throwing the football? Marcel Reed, John Mateer, to a lesser extent, Diego Pavia. Like, they played all three of those teams a pretty particular way on defense.
Yeah.
So I think with the same being true about Bryce Underwood, they'll probably play him the same way, except I would expect Nansen to be a little bit more aggressive than PK because I don't think that he's as as into the soft coverage kinds of things that PK is in. I mean, I haven't seen Johnny Nansen call a game. I'd have to go back and watch film when he was a defensive coordinator at Arizona, which I hate to disappoint y'all, but I probably ain't going to do that. So we'll just kind of have to see how it goes. I would expect them to put forth as much familiarity as they possibly can because he's so ingrained in the system already. He knows what these players are comfortable with, and he knows what they do well. And he knows how they have defended mobile quarterbacks throughout the season, and they've done a pretty dang good job of it. So I'd expect him to do much of the same.
All right. And Bob, Clemson was already in big trouble. Don't know losing anybody else.
That offense was god awful.
So bad.
And they had a really good quarterback. So I'm pretty shocked.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, offensive line epidemic right now, man. That O-line for Clemson was bad. So it's not just Texas that had offensive line problems this year, man. The more you watch across football, it is everywhere of really, really sieve offensive lines. It is an epidemic right now. All right, Matt, let's get to our overreactions we do here every Monday or Tuesday. Short weeks, we do them on a Monday. I've got 5 for college football. I have 5 for the NFL. If you guys have any overreactions you want to throw in to give to Matt and myself, go ahead and throw those in there. You can do it on the text line as well. 512-222-9328 is the text line number. Before we get into that, a couple texts we just got when I check over there. Chan says, are we deviating from our culture and simply bringing guys that want a huge bag? Culture problems now with our Longhorn football program. I don't think they're trying to. Kyle Flood did address this at his post-game or the pregame, the before the game presser that they did, that he was like, it's kind of more like the NFL now, where it's like a top 30 visit, man. Some guys come in, you're just trying to figure them out real quick. You can't do the full get to know somebody when you're recruiting them and spend a lot of time. You basically get to meet with them once and then hope they take the offer there. So it is a little different. You have to take chances on those guys. You do try and do your research beforehand. You try and reach out to people who've known them both. You reach out to coaches that have coached them. You try and find out the guys. You still don't want to bring in 30 guys. Now you're going to bring in a few more this year because you do have those extra scholarships. So you can bring in more guys. You may be able to bring in some lower guys, but those guys are actually more culture fit guys too. You probably bring in some more grad transfers and stuff like that you feel could be good culture guys because you get those extra 20 scholarships. But I don't think it's necessarily – I think Sark is still going to go hard into culture. But I'll tell you this. I think they weren't as big of a culture team this year as they were the last couple of years because they were so young. We didn't hear it talked about almost at all this season. Like every year, the last 2 years, all we've heard every week is culture. And this year, it wasn't as big of a thing. In the pressers, it wasn't the biggest thing from the players. And they still do Culture Tuesdays, and that part of that is it just being more ingrained. But it did feel like you lost a little bit of it. And I think they are going to make a bigger point to try and bring it back and emphasize the culture more next year. And they'll have help because Arch will be in a second year. It'll be more of Arch's team. You'll be able to have some of these guys be a bigger – Colin Simmons now will be able to be a bigger leader in that locker room. So I think you'll be able to, bring it back either way. But, in reality, it, again, is what the game is. You'd love to be able to just only have your recruits, and you'd love to be able to do that. But, I mean, look, we've seen it with Texas Tech this year. That could have been a wild disaster if handled wrong. And a lot of credit to Joey McGuire that he took a lot of guys who were, thought of as mercenaries, and they're playing for the team. So it can be done.
Yeah, I think as long as you don't handle it the wrong way or cross a certain line into the types of players that you're bringing into your program, like Texas A&M did in 2022, I think you're going to be okay. Like culture can only take you so far.
Yeah.
In a national championship race. It takes you a little bit farther in the Big Ten than it does in the SEC, but it still can only take you so far. So you have to toe that line of talent and culture and mercenaries and money and all of those things if you're going to be successful. And Ohio State has done a tremendous job of that over the last couple of years. And I think Texas is probably going to try and implement the same model that Ohio State is implementing, which is we're going to go get whoever we want, and we're going to make sure that they fit into our culture rather than, well, we just kind of hope they do.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm with you. I like that. Longhorn Lubbock says, obviously it'll be easier to judge knowing what the money deal was, but bottom line, Trey's value of himself is different than the staff's value monetarily or not. That is true, and you expect it to be. The players' value, they always in their head should believe that they are really top guys. One of the reasons why you want to get better agents involved in college sports, because good agents in the NFL will be the ones to go, that's not, I know you think you're the best wide receiver in the league. But I've talked to other people, and you are not cracking the top 30, bud. So maybe that money got to go down a little bit. And then he also says Nanson's Arizona D was really aggressive. So hopefully we will see that defense be more aggressive. Appreciate you. If you want to throw any overreactions, throw them into the chat. Start our first overreaction here, Matt. Bowl games are a thing of the past. We should only have the playoffs. Get rid of these bowl games.
No, but it kind of feels like it's trending that way because, okay, let's say you're not a playoff team. Let's say you're Texas and you just miss out on the playoff and you get to go play in this really cool bowl game, one of the top bowl games that there is out there. And then, God forbid, somebody has an injury that's going to keep them out next year.
Yeah. If
that kind of stuff starts to happen, then teams are going to be opting out more and more. It's going to be like NFL teams, going into week 17 with a quarterback, and they're not making the playoffs and they have a star quarterback. Like the Washington Commanders, for example, they just shut down Jalen Daniels for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Or Jaden Daniels, because what happens if he gets hurt and we don't have him next year? That kind of stuff, I think. And there's opt-outs and there's players being held out of bowl games and all those different things, but it's going to start happening at a more and more expansive level. And eventually I think it's going to become a thing of like, okay, if you're a top 25 team and you don't make the playoffs, you're probably not playing in your bowl game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's unfortunate. I do think that we'll eventually see contracts in the NFL in college football where people sign 2-3 year deals. Because again, they always go, transfer portal is like free agency. And you're like, it's not, because not everyone's a free agent every year. And in the transfer portal, everyone could be a free agent, which means if you had a good season or you want to go, like every year you can do it. So it's crazy. I think we'll get there, and part of the contracts will say you play in bowl games.
Yeah,
I think teams are all for it because, again, the injury thing is we can all go, that's terrible. How many injuries have happened in practice for Texas? How many, we lost 3 running backs in practice for Texas last year.
Yep.
Like you're still doing the physical activity, even if you're not in the bowl. It's not just physical contact. Yeah, you want to get rid of hip top tackles and face mask and shoulder and horse collars, things that can injure players, break legs, getting rolled up on. Those are unfortunate things, but most of these can still happen in practice. ACL tears, all that stuff, that happens training, working out. So those types of injuries, it sucks that happened on TV, but the reality is you were still going to be training and doing everything. Those injuries could still happen. So for injuries, I think most of these people understand they're part of it, and you're trying to figure out ways to make that easier and fix those, but not playing isn't the answer either, clearly, because we play less football and less contact and less everything, and there's more injuries than ever. So doing less is clearly not the answer, right? But I think that when we look at bowl games and stuff, so I do think there will be a point where you're right that players are kind of out. But this falls into the world of, I enjoyed watching some bowl games over the weekend and watching bowl games here and there. I had one on earlier today. This goes into me of, in 2025, a lot of times we're so used to just thinking that anything that's not for us is not needed. And we're like, well, it's, Texas isn't in it. Who cares? And you're like, but other people do enjoy it. And there are people at these games and there are people watching these games. And so, yeah, let them keep doing it. It's fun. Like, just because I'm not going to watch every bowl game does not mean that they don't all need to exist. Not everything is just for me.
I think it would be an absolute crime to get rid of the Pop-Tart Bowl. That was the most enjoyable bowl game I've watched in so long.
I will say, we do need to get rid of the Duke's Mayo Bowl. They can change it to another thing, but it's on January 2nd this year,
please.
And it's gross. We all know it's gross.
And Mississippi State's playing in it, so they deserve it. I hope Mississippi State wins that game so that Jeff Levy gets mayo dumped all over him.
Yeah, that one's gross. But yes, I'm with you. I don't think they're a thing of the past. I still think they make money. And if they make money, then they're gonna keep doing them. All right. This next reaction. Comes from more Dan Lanning. The playoffs should be weekly on Saturdays and not wait for New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. The long breaks, all of that stuff, get rid of them. Play on Saturdays. We shouldn't have had to wait another half a week for these games. They should have already been played. You're now taking a bye week, and then for these teams who have been sitting out, they've now been sitting out for 2 weeks and 2.5 weeks. Coming back, it says Dan Lanning says put them on every Saturday. Dan Lanning also says all the rounds should be home games. Like they should. So Dan Lanning was going for it that way, but this game should have been played on Saturday. What do you think?
I agree. Like I love the Rose Bowl being on New Year's Day. Like that's one of the best New Year's Day traditions there is. But for the sake of the players and the coaches and the teams and all that stuff, like keep things regimented on a regular football schedule. Because by the time that Texas Tech and Georgia and Ohio State and Indiana play a football game in a couple days, like in the next 4 days, it's going to be almost a month since they played football.
Yeah.
And we saw what happened last year with the teams that had bye weeks in the playoffs. They all lost.
Yeah.
So I agree with that. I really like Naman's idea of, move the playoff games out of these bowl games. Like the Rose Bowl can still be on January 1st and it can be Texas versus Michigan. And then the playoff game is just at a location at an NFL stadium, and we call it the College Football Playoff New Orleans edition. Whatever the hell you want.
IRC get the home game.
Yeah, until you get to the championship at least. Like I don't care. That's what the NFL does.
You're punishing seeds 1 through 4 by not giving them a home game.
Yeah,
seeds 5 through 8 get a home game. 1 through 4 don't.
Yeah, and I think that'd be an easy way to do it because it's not like you're losing money by not playing in the Rose Bowl.
No, and the atmospheres will be more electric. Also, always if the Aggies ever get back in, always put them at 11 a.m. It's hilarious to do that. I do love as someone, I don't want to shade. I keep seeing this stuff about Kyle Field, and then they're like, it's not good. I'm like, it's not at 11 a.m. because it was nice weather. And it's like, it's just a nice place. Like it's loud, but it's nice. You're like at night, that place is much more imposing.
Yeah.
So I still don't think it's like the craziest place to be. I think there's much more. I think Brooks Austin put it well. It's like they're too nice there. It's Texas. It's harder to be like you're not getting stuff thrown at you. It's not like you go to Philadelphia and you play the Eagles. And you're like, oh, they literally want to kill us right now. It's a little different. But I was like, yeah, 11 a.m. How many places are super terrifying at 11 a.m. games?
0.
Yeah, you're like that
because nobody's drunk enough.
Yeah, it's hard to judge it at 11 a.m. to go like a whiteout at Penn State when they're like, how great is this? Like, it'd be weird at 11 a.m.
Yeah, I agree. It was unfair that Texas A&M had to play that game at 11 a.m.
That was great. I loved it.
But at the same time, it's like you still had a home game. Like how many other teams in the playoffs right now, 8 of them, as a matter of fact, would love to have had a home game.
Yeah. Oh, well, that Tulane and James Madison home game would have been great.
Oh, yeah. Like all 10,000 people at James Madison Stadium.
Oh, hey guys, we can't have most of the media come because we don't have room for you guys. So, all right.
Well, hold on. I want to see how big James Madison Stadium actually is.
Yeah.
It holds 24,877 people at Bridgeforth Stadium. That would have been an electric home atmosphere, Patrick.
24,000? So 25,000, we'll say. 25 grand.
Yeah, I think that the majority of 4A through 6A high schools in the state of Texas have bigger stadiums than that.
That's not a lot of people for a football game. But I get it. I mean, all right. Our next overreaction here, Matt. Everyone but the problem is getting blamed for the Texas lack of running game. This is when I talked to some people over the weekend, and the they're like, they fired PK, they fired Chad Scott, they got rid of all the running backs. But it's Kyle Flood, it's Sark, it's the offensive line, it's all these things, and somehow they're not getting blamed, and everybody else is getting blamed because we couldn't run the football. I've heard that several times in the last week. Where do you stand, man? That everyone but the problem is getting blamed for the lack of running for Texas this year.
The running back coach is a very big reason why they had a big issue running the football. I know that the offensive line was terrible, but there's so many more factors that go into it as opposed to just are we blocking the right way? Like they had personnel issues. They made bad decisions in the offseason in the transfer portal, and they didn't address needs that they had based on graduation and guys going to the NFL draft. And it bit them in the butt. I think people forget that Kyle Flood has historically had teams that have been very good at running the football.
Yeah.
So 1 year of that not being the case is not indicative of who he is as a coach. Everybody has bad years. Like, is Clemson going to fire Dabo Swinney because they went 6-6? No.
No, but they want to.
They should probably fire him because every year that they've had in the last 5 years, their win total has gone down. But if they had been 11-1, 12-0, 11-1, 11-1, and then 6-6, it's like, okay, it was a bad year.
Yeah.
And then you come back. It's the same with position coaches. Like, you don't just get rid of the one of the best offensive line coaches in the country, if not the best offensive line coach in the country, because he had one bad year up front.
Yeah.
You give him the tools to fix it, and you see if he fixes it. And if you spend a ton of money on it and he still can't fix it, then maybe you have a discussion about it.
I got you. I agree with you. I agree with you. It's one I've heard a lot this week. A lot this week. Because I get it, because people are upset because it didn't go the way they wanted, and then there's the biggest name out there would be Kyle Flood, and they're like, well, off with his head. And I don't know if that's the right idea, but
and look, I understand if you want to look at what Kyle Flood has done the last couple of years and say you supposedly had one of the best offensive lines in the country last year, and you still got bullied by Georgia and Ohio State 2 years in a row. I get that. That's a legitimate argument to me. But simply blaming him, being like, oh, we can't run the football this year, so it's all Kyle Flood's fault, seems a little bit disingenuous to me.
No, I agree.
And everybody can have their opinion. That's fine. But I just choose to believe that Kyle Flood knows what he's doing.
I'm with you. I agree with you on that one. I do agree with you. It's I understand why people are upset about it, but yeah, I'm with you that I don't think you have to throw the baby out with the bathwater on that one. When you have a coach who's really, really good, and the track record, how many people he put in the NFL. I think that, again, when we talk, we mentioned Clemson and they've been 6-6. You go, that's one of those guys. That's a team that doesn't overpay. They do the portal now, they do everything else, but they don't want to overpay because they want to keep culture guys and they want to do that. And as Matt says, they've been getting progressively worse every year because you're not filling the needs at the pace that they are leaving. Mm-hmm. And you're not able to refill and you're just not able to keep up with that. And so I think Sark can look at that and make the right decisions to move forward and say, we don't want to be Clemson. We don't want to be moving the wrong direction. So that it does feel a bit more like that for them. But yeah, I'm with you. I don't think I do think Kyle Flood and Sark have definitely had the discussion. Like, it's not like everything else. The Chad Scott stuff too, that was a late hire last year. It wasn't necessarily the long-term guy they wanted anyway. And so they felt better about getting Jabbar Jalouk in this year. All right.
Already rave reviews for Jabbar Jalouk, by the way.
Yeah. The only thing we've seen so far of anyone saying anything about the hires that was not straight up positive was Colin Simmons saying that the PK firing hurt. But that's not even really negative. Just like, he liked PK, and then
everybody liked PK.
Yeah, so it's like that one's not. Yeah, you understand. It's understandable. All right. This next one. The craziness of the coaching carousel is only the beginning and will become the new normal. These new coaching carousels will be here to stay. The only reason they weren't there a year ago was because of the revenue sharing coming in and schools freaking out thinking they weren't going to be able to have the money. So they were like, we can't fire a coach and pay a buyout and then have revenue sharing and everything else. They figured out how to make it work, and now coaches are going to get fired like lots every year.
Probably. Unfortunately, yes. I think that college football is evolving into, or has already evolved into, a what have you done for me lately sport. And it's going to result in a lot of good coaches getting fired when they shouldn't get fired. You know, I don't think Penn State should have fired James Franklin.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think that a few coaches should have been fired. And there were some that deserved it. Hugh Freeze, Billy Napier, guys like that. But eventually it's just going to turn into almost the same thing as the transfer portal, like it was with Lane Kiffin. Like a team just decides they're going to start courting you in the middle of the season, and it's going to lead to you leaving before the playoffs, even though you have a playoff team who has an opportunity to win a national championship if you get the right seed. So eventually it's already here. It's probably only going to get worse until they put measures in place, like moving the transfer portal until after the college football playoff is over, I think would prevent a lot of this. Because like if a team goes into, this area of the calendar and they're like, well, we don't know if we're going to be able to get players if we don't fire our coach in November.
Yes.
So if we fire him after the season, then we still have an opportunity to get a coach, and we can, we don't have to do it right now.
Yeah.
But that's probably never going to happen.
Nope. All right. Last one here for college football, Matt. Texas must make a splash in the portal before the weekend is over, or they're going to miss out on a lot of the names they need.
Well, the portal opens on Friday.
So by the time we would be back on air on Monday, they will have already had to make a splash. I'm not saying that to get everybody, but they have to have
do we know what time it opens on Monday or on Friday?
Let's say.
Because here's what I think. Yeah. I think Texas is going to make a splash before we're on the air.
Unless it starts when we're on the air.
Either that or it's going to happen while we're on the air. Like Texas is going to make a big swing early, in my opinion.
They don't know if it says a time.
Maybe it's just when the clock.
Oh yeah, maybe it's midnight.
To midnight on January 2nd. I mean, we could wake up on Friday morning and Texas has Jaden Ball locked up. We don't know.
We could. See, this is college football. You gotta. I know you're trying to not make this seem like you're trying to make money off it, but you got to open that thing up at like 1 or 2 p.m. Yeah. Media can make some money off of this. Come on, guys.
We're gonna be fine.
Yeah. No, I think they do have to make a splash quickly enough in there. If they don't, I don't like. There's always that line in there where you're trying not to be the first, because then everybody knows you tampered. But everybody knows everybody tampers. But it's like with Kirk Cousins with the Falcons. That free agency negotiations opened, and within like 5 minutes, there was a deal done with Kirk Cousins. They're like, dude, just wait like 2 hours, and it wouldn't have been a problem. But
you had 2 hours to announce it.
Like 2 hours, and you're fine. But 5 minutes, it was like this has blatantly been decided before you were allowed to negotiate. So
yeah.
All right, some NFL overreactions here, Matt. The NFL needs to leave Christmas to the NBA. The NBA had a fun Christmas day of games. The NFL did not. NFL games, not as much fun for what we saw on Christmas Day. There was a lot of bad quarterback matchups. Saw Josh Johnson for the Commanders versus the Cowboys. Cowboys win 30-23. The Vikings with Matt Bosmer beat the Lions and knock them out of the playoffs 23-10. And then the Chiefs, without Patrick Mahomes, lose to the Broncos. Not a great day of football. However, in the NBA, We get several great matchups during the day, and it was a lot of fun to watch. I know personally, me and my mother told me and my dad, you guys can put on the Spurs game if you want, and we both said we don't want to ruin Christmas if the Spurs lose. So how about I will watch it on my phone, and I'll be good with that. And as they're winning, and then they beat the Thunder for the third time this season. So that was a ton of fun to watch. The Knicks and Cavs was 124 to 126 in a good game. You also had that Nuggets Timberwolves overtime game on Christmas night. That was a lot of fun to watch. The NBA is Christmas. It is the way to do it. Don't give us another streaming service that we have to watch on Netflix to watch the games for Christmas Day. You don't need every holiday, NFL. Not every holiday.
Yeah, I agree. That was stupid. Like, none of those games were good.
No.
I was sitting there watching a horrible quarterback play time and time again. And eventually I looked over at my girlfriend's mom and I was like, can we put on the Pop-Tart Bowl? Like, I rather watch the Pop-Tart Bowl and the Texas Bowl than any of those NFL games that I saw. I know the Texas Bowl was on
Saturday.
The 27th.
There was NFL on Saturday too, but
yeah, it was just ridiculous. Like, you know that Netflix went all in on that, and they were like, "We're gonna have Pat Mahomes, and we're gonna have this, we're gonna have that," and there's just like none of it. And I guess the night game, the Chiefs game, wasn't on Netflix, but
no, but it was also awful. So they thought it was going to be a lot of fun. I did not watch a second of it on Christmas. I was enjoying my family and watching the Spurs. I had the Spurs on my phone, so I was watching that. All right, our next one. There will be an NFL draft lottery within the next 5 years. Tanking is a thing. We saw the Giants win a game, even though they were trying to tank, and the NFL wants to try and encourage that. Same way the NBA brought in a draft lottery to try and encourage teams to try and win down the stretch. So the Giants beating the Raiders. Raiders are a 2-win team. Giants now a 3-win team. Raiders tanking that game so that they could get the number 1 overall pick. Bringing the draft lottery. It doesn't have to be as egregious as the Spurs one, the NBA one is, because you will get teams that are, you don't want the 10th best team, the 10th worst team getting the number 1 pick. But you do want to keep all these low-end teams in the running so that you don't just completely tank out. And you have a chance to go, look, if you win 5 games, so the Saints have a shot to get the number 1 pick this year. Would be fun. Because the Saints have been playing decent football. They're 6-10. Give them a shot to get a good pick. Because they're actually giving their fans something to care about. And they need a ton of players too, instead of the Raiders or the Titans or any of these other teams that are not trying to win.
Well, I think as long as they can avoid it being rigged like the NBA lottery, then yes.
You're right. You know what? Nico Harrison rigged it. We know that.
Well, I mean, there is a disturbing trend on making a major trade and then landing the number 1 draft pick. You have to admit that. Whether or not it's rigged is up for debate. But
basketball gods did. It would be so hard to rig it. Like, how they do it would be so weird and hard to rig.
Well, they decide it before they bring the.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. What they actually do is it's like drawing multiple numbers, and then those numbers are weighted to give different results out of the machine, and then they bring up different possibilities. So it's 3 ping pong balls that are weighted differently, and if it's like 7, 3, 2, then that means that team gets the pick. So it's a really complex process.
Oh, that's what they say it is.
There's too many people in there. Someone would tell. Someone would tell by now.
I just think it's absolutely bizarre that LeBron James leaves Cleveland or whatever, and they get the number 1 pick, and then the Mavs lose Luka Doncic, and then they get the number 1 pick. It's like it's too convenient for me, and I'm a conspiracy theorist.
But also, then the Wizards get it, and then they're awful. Like, there's a lot of these teams that get it, and it just doesn't do anything. You just remember the years that it makes sense. There's always other years. It's just, I mean, there's too many people involved for it to be a conspiracy, so I don't believe it is one.
Regardless.
Yes.
Regardless. Yes. We could talk about this all day because I'm going to die on it. Things rigged. But I think, yes, if you don't put some measures in place to try and prohibit tanking, then like what's the point in even playing these games? There
Yeah.
isn't it, because
I agree.
the Giants and the Raiders, both of them are eliminated from the playoffs. So why not just cancel the game if they're both
Money.
trying to lose it? Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is you're probably not selling a ton of tickets to that game.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think it's silly. I think you should put in a draft lottery. I think it's done well for the NBA. I mean, teams still tank, but you don't have to necessarily tank to the level of what these NFL teams do, where they're like, where the Raiders are. I mean, all these stories of them trying to basically tell players they're hurt to play, so you can't play because they're too hurt, and the players being like, "We want to win football games." They're like, "No, you're hurt. You can't play."
like obviously there's not going to be any sort of what do they call it, regulation or relegation like in soccer. But if you find that a team is actually tanking and you can prove it, then fine them a ton of money. Otherwise create a lottery, and that's the only way to really make it fair.
Yeah, because if you find the rich guys they're like, cool, I'll pay. I don't mind if I'll pay what, $5 million to get the number one pick. Cool, $5 million.
Well,
it'll make me way more.
You don't find them necessarily like cut us a check for $5 million. You say, okay, your cap number is reduced by $10 million next year.
Yeah. All right, we'll take more of them. No, all right. Next one, Matt. The NFC West is the clear favorite to have a team win the Super Bowl.
Probably. I would say, I mean, that's obviously the best division in football because you got three really good teams. It really feels like in the NFC too that it's going to be either LA or Seattle right now. I can't really think of another one that would.
I mean, 49ers playing good football too.
Well, yeah, but that's also the NFC West. Like, is there another team in another division in the NFC that is really like a terrifying team that you think can beat anybody?
No, I don't think there's a team in the AFC that's a terrifying team, just in general.
The Patriots look pretty good.
They do, but I don't think they're a terrifying team. I think they're a good football team, but I don't think they're terrifying in the sense of you look at some of these teams, you're like, once you get in the playoffs and the games get more physical and everything else, then I think, oh my God. And I guess like it feels like there's teams that have been there and done that in the NFL. And I know like this Seattle team hasn't, but it still feels like they're kind of in that realm of guys who want to be there. So I think the NFC West is. If I was going to pick a division, and if I'm Vegas and had betting odds of which division the champ, they're at negative like 20,000. You're not giving any odds.
For sure, because like if you look at the NFL or the NFC standings, it's like okay, Seattle, Chicago, LA, San Francisco. I'm not scared of the Eagles. Like. Those are the only four teams, and three of those are from the NFC West. So,
no, I'm with you. All right, the Steelers lost to the Browns means Rodgers is going to try and come back again. The Steelers have pretty much put themselves behind the 8 ball now, losing to the Browns. After the game, Myles Garrett said they tried harder to keep me from the sack record than trying to win the game, and it cost them. And they end up losing, which now means that the Ravens can come in and play in that game Sunday Night Football, win the game, win that division, and knock out the Steelers of the playoffs. If that does indeed happen, Aaron Rodgers does not make the playoffs because he loses the last couple of weeks to the Browns and the Ravens. He's not going out like that, right? He's still coming back for another year. Going to try to find somewhere else to play.
He may try to find somewhere else, but it won't be in Pittsburgh because they're going to fire Mike Tomlin
if they don't make it. After.
So I hope that he never comes back, and I hope that he disappears with his fake wife and never returns to cameras again. But that's probably not going to happen because he enjoys the attention too much.
Yeah, no, I think he will definitely do the whole like, guys, I'm gone. I don't know, man. I think it's time for me to move on. Psych, I'm back. Guess what? Now I'm married to 2 women. I've done it again. All right, last one here, Matt. Mike McDaniel has taken himself off of the hot seat. we saw our boy Quinn Ewers get his first win over the Bucks. Quinn Ewers throwing his first couple touchdown passes as well. Looked better in his second game than he did in his first. 14 of 22 for 172. 2 touchdowns in there as well. Starting to makes it looks a little bit better. They beat a team that was a playoff team and now needs a lot of help to try and make the playoffs. They need the Falcons to lose and to then next week beat the Panthers to have a shot in this. But do you think Mike McDaniel is off of the hot seat now?
Not only do I think that he's off of the hot seat, but I think now they have a serious conversation of, do we even need another quarterback?
I don't know. One game's hard to do that with, but who do they play?
2 games.
Well, yeah, but he wasn't good. He wasn't good in the second half last week. He was bad in the second half.
You know, I think that he improved greatly over the last 2 weeks, and I think he's just going to get better.
Look, I'll put it to you this way: if he does well next week, even though they might be resting their players, I don't know about the Patriots, but if he can go in to Foxborough and have a good game against the Patriots, that does open the door a lot more for the conversation of, could this be Quinn Ewers' team next year? But that's a big if, because going to Foxborough and playing well in winter is hard to do.
I agree. I'm not saying that he's going to be the starting quarterback for them next year. I'm just saying, like, they are at least starting to have that conversation more seriously after last week. Like, oh, this guy's actually really good when the Bolts are flying. And it's really hard to, be that team or be that guy that comes in his first ever NFL start and lights things on fire. But I also think that, if he does become the starting quarterback full time next year, then KJ Britt's got to give up that number 3 and give it back to him. I don't like QE14. I like QE3.
All right. We'll see if we can. If he's starting, I bet he'll have a little bit more pull in that locker room then.
Yeah.
They have to change some things up. All right, let's take our second break real quick, Matt. When we come back, wrap up the show here on a Monday afternoon here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The Lager, the Kolsch, those are their 2 flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
We lost Patrick
Here.
Scott. There we go.
Here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan. Lots of good stuff going on here on the chat. Longhorn Lubbock says, you don't have the luxury of learning on the exact same guys for next year, leaning on the exact same guys for next year, but I totally believe that these same guys were all or near older. We'd be a Final Four team right now. It says Joey McGuire was one loss away from being fired until their benefactor bought a whole new team in the Mountain West 2.0. So saying, yeah, Joey McGuire was, people are not thrilled about what he was doing. And surprisingly, you give him a really good roster. He's done well, though. He's done well with that roster. I will give him that. A lot of people were not been able to get that done. Does Matt Stafford seal up the Heisman tonight? Or sorry, not the Heisman, the MVP tonight?
Who are they playing?
Falcons, man.
Falcons. I think that he's going to have a pretty decent game against the Atlanta Falcons. Just me, but I think he's going to have a pretty good one.
Drake May. I mean, did you see like that Jets game was a college game? The at halftime, I can't remember what they did. The Jets did something right before half, and like Mike Vrabel was like kind of calling him off, and they did something like pushed a player or something like that. He was like, "Oh, y'all want to be like that?" And they scored another 7 points before the end of the half. This is like 35 points in the first half. They were just destroying them. It was embarrassing to see. So, yeah, we'll see the Rams play the Falcons tonight. But Drake May had a really big game, and so in the conversation, that does feel, especially with the Bills not playing well, losing that game, going for two at the end of the game instead of just going for one and sending it to overtime against the Eagles. It feels like it is very much a two-horse race for the MVP and Matt Stafford and Drake May right now. Matt Stafford has this game on Monday Night Football and a big showcase game against the Falcons, and then next week against the Cardinals. Those will be the two games he has to step up. Drake May plays the Dolphins at home next week, so we'll see that. Yes, Houston did clinch their playoff spot as well. So now we are hoping that the Jags somehow screw it up in the last game of the season. Would be very helpful to us. But you know, the Colts felt like they were going to do something and then crap the bed at the end. And
well, the best quarterback in the NFL got hurt.
Indiana Jones, they get hurt. So yeah, now we're just rooting for, I believe, the Titans to win a game, I think is what we're rooting for. Yeah. So that's not going to happen. But Texans play the Colts and Phillip Rivers. If they can do that, they will get to 12 wins, which is a really good season, even though the Jags would be at 13 and win the division. That does mean the Texans are in right now. We'll look more at the playoff picture tomorrow as well. Once we get through the entirety of the week, we'll get into that tomorrow. And get us a lot more prep for the bowl game tomorrow, as well as it will be the last show for us before Texas plays Michigan. So we'll get you ready for the last game of the year for Texas. But it is time for our meathead of the day today, Matt. And you know what? We just got to pay tribute to who knows how to do bowl games right.
Baker in Mount Heaven. Here come the signs. Dream it, achieve it. Let's see the signs, guys. Dream it, achieve it, live your dream. And not my dream yet? What's going on, Slam and Strawberry? Wait, where are you going? Wait, oh no! Slam and Strawberry! We might need to do a wellness check. Well, as they say, the toasting must go on. So Team Sprinkles, are you ready to fulfill your destiny? All right, here we go. Let's toast those mascots. We'll always love you, Team Sprinkles. Cookies and cream, cherry. And there they are, the animal mascots for
There There they are, Matt.
BYU,
The
your
edible mascots.
national champions.
And then they eat the edible Pop-Tarts. There's storylines apparently happening during this now because one of them said he wasn't ready to die yet, and so he jumped off the toaster to save himself. So I don't know what is going on in the Pop-Tarts bowl, but they get it. They get it silly. And Pop-Tarts, I've not had one in a very long time, but last I remember, they were delicious.
I love Pop-Tarts. I think that strawberry Pop-Tart needs to be hunted down and put back into that toaster because that's just criminal.
I think that was like a more protein packed one though, or something. It felt like there was something else because he was super strong. So I don't know what was with that slam and strawberry that got away, but good job for the Pop-Tarts bowl. They understand the assignment.
A couple of wannabe Tim Tebow's playing quarterback in that game.
Also enjoyed the Snoop Dogg bowl. Had that one on the TV as well.
Didn't watch that one.
The Snoop Dogg Arizona bowl. That Snoop Dogg mid-interview caught a kickoff that went out of bounds. All right, we got to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow. Get you ready for the Citrus Bowl and all of the playoff action tomorrow. So a lot to get into tomorrow, Matt. Hopefully our picks this week will be better than last week. We did not do well again. But we will get into all of that and a whole lot more tomorrow. So we hope you join us. Until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. And we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.